Sorry, Mbak Prita
Okay.
Laura, we cannot hear your voice.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yeah, unmute yourself. Thank you so much.
Okay. I would like to welcome all the participants to this webinar, EPR for Plastic Waste Management in Indonesia. Please introduce myself. My name is Prita Laura. I will be the host of today's webinar. And this webinar will be in English, but if you have any questions or if you have any question, if you want to have opinion, you can deliver it also in Bahasa Indonesia in the chat box. And these are our ground rules. First, question and answer session will only be done through the chat box. So no raise hand, just put your question in chat box. And also for the participant that joining with us in the YouTube channel, you can also have a question in the chat box that we will gather it into. We will gather your question, and we will also put it in the. We will give to the speakers to answer it also. So don't worry about it. And the next, all the Zoom participants must change their name into the following format. A name and organization. It's very important for our record and also for the certificate that will be given to you. And all the questions from the participant must be dropped into the, I'm sorry, wait a minute, will be dropped into the chat box, panelists and attendants, yeah? So all the Zoom participants could see your question. And also all the participants in YouTube Live could write down their question in live chat box features in TCS Indonesia account. And also don't forget to identify your organization. Moderator, me, will select the most relevant question to be answered during our limited time. And the question could be delivered in Bahasa Indonesia and also in English. And we have another link to be informed that if you're willing to have material of the speaker, you can also access it in the link that we provide to you. We will show to you later about the link. At the end of this seminar, we will inform you the link where you can download. You can get all the material of the speakers. Okay. Let me baik. Silakan, saya akan izinkan saya untuk menyapa dalam bahasa Indonesia juga kepada seluruh partisipan yang bergabung bersama kami. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum Pak, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Saya harap semua sehat-sehat saja kita pada hari ini. Baik, I would like to inform you that we have now 1,000 registered participants. Yeah, it's very good enthusiasm. Yeah, we talked before. It's like a music concert. Yeah, 1,000 people gathered together in the EPR talks. About some will be joining with us in Zoom room, and the other will joining in YouTube. Okay, while we wait, I will inform you that this webinar is organized by the Center of Southeast Asian Studies, TCS Indonesia, and is supported by the project Rethinking Plastic, Circular Economy Solution to Marine Litter. Rethinking Plastic is funded by the European Union and the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development and implemented by GIZ and Expertise France. So let's give a big applause to them for this webinar, wherever you are. Okay, so we will start. We will start our seminar, and I will inform you about our rundown for today. That this webinar will begin with the keynote speakers, and then we will start the first session that will concerning that We'll discuss about EPR policies and international practices, and will be followed by question and answer. But if you have question, please write in your question in the chat box before question and answer time. Yeah, so we can collect it. Yeah, and we will continue with the second session. It will be discussed about EPR implementation in Indonesia. And then after that, we also have a question and answer. And then after that, we have a summary conclusion, and we'll be finished at 5 o'clock Indonesian time, waktu Indonesia Barat. Okay, let's begin. Is it okay? Okay. Okay, we will begin our webinar for today, and please welcome for keynote speakers. I would like to check first. We have Professor Raldi Hendro Kustur. Yes,
yes,
hello.
I'm coming.
Hello,
Everyone.
hello, Prof. Raldi. Yeah, and also we also have Miss Katarina Bruce. Hi. Hello. Okay. So, Professor Raldi Hendro Kustur, as the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs Republik Indonesia, will give a keynote remarks. Please welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Mbak Lala. Are you listening to my speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, clear.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all of you, Honorable Katrina Bruce, Honorable John Muller, and then Honorable Agnes Buneman, Honorable Dr. Valentina Tartiu, Honorable Edwin Sia from Singapore, Honorable Karyanto Wibowo from European Chambers of Commerce, Indonesia, Honorable Arisman, Honorable Nofrizal Tahar from Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Honorable Muhammad Kayanto, Director General of Chemical and Pharmacy Textile Indonesia Industry, and Honorable Triyono from PRAISE, Honorable Randy Saputra from Adupi, Honorable Arthur Netterson from Systemic, Honorable Dr. Johannes Paul from GIZ, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thanks to CCAS to provide everything for the administration as well as the discussion today. With the blessing of all of us, we get together here to share fruitful discussions, extended proceed. Sorry, it's not clear. ERP basically on waste and plastic waste management. Plastic problems have become a global issue today. The increased consumption of disposable plastic creates problems for waste generation. Nationally, the amount of waste generated has reached 4 million tons, consisting of 50% organic waste, 15% plastic waste, and about 10% paper waste, while the rest consists of metal, rubber, glass, and other waste. Treatment towards 15% plastic waste will, though, where only 10 to 15 of plastic waste is recycled. The rest is a problem. 60 to 70% of plastic waste is dropped in landfill, while 15 to 30% the waste pollutes the ocean due to untreated well. Accumulations of plastic waste that pollute the environment causes significant waste in both to both and the human health and environment. About 100,000 marine biota are killed by plastic every year, as 90% of bottled water contains plastic particles, while economic losses resulted from plastic waste towards marine ecosystems has been amounted to at least 13 trillion USD. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental problems that continued to emerge are inseparable from irresponsibility production and consumption patterns. For these reasons, commitment is needed between producers and consumers through the efficient use of resources. The government Indonesia is currently preparing policies, programs, and instruments in order to achieve these goals. In addition to the development and supply of science and technology, the applications of the pattern require science and practices and innovations related to the efficient use of resources, prevention and reduction of pollution, while minimizing its health impacts towards consumers and society. Therefore, the community, industry, and even the government need to change their consumption and production patterns due to the increasingly limited condition and availability of natural resources. Sustainable consumption and productions are about promoting resource and energy efficiency, sustainable infrastructures and access to basic services, environmentally friendly, decent jobs, and quality of life for all. The implementation of patterns support the achievement of overall development plan, reduce economic, environmental, and social costs, strengthen economic competitiveness, and eradication of poverty. The current industrial system is not compatible with the Earth's ecosystem. The resources are consumed in an unsustainable way and processed inefficiently, and the products that are often used disposable and waste. Law number 18 of 2008 concerning waste management is reinforced by the government regulation number 81 of 2012 concerning deposit waste management and similar waste. One application of the new law is implemented of extended producer's responsibility, or EPR. Such responsibility is a government policy as stipulated in law number 18 of 2008, where producers and start being responsible towards the packaging used in their product. But until now, the implementation of EPR is run by only a small group of voluntarily. EPR aims to encourage producers to prevent pollution and reduce the use of resources and energy at each stage of the product life cycle through changes in product and design processing technology. In a wider perspective, producers' responsibility is a principle where producers assume responsibility for environmental impact of their product. These include upstream impacts arising from material selection and manufacturing processes as well. Downstream impacts emerging from product and disposal. In Indonesia, challenges in treating post-consumption packaging start with domestic waste collection and segregation. The circular economy concept is a is a response towards aspirations to realize sustainable development in a context of large production costs and consumptions towards both resources and environment, where until now the economic system plays a role in linear waste management model, which waste are treated in an optimized way. A view towards the concept can be easily understood when one reviews natural aspects where all life system functions wholly as each component affect the other. Goods production processes are carried out with producing recyclable materials, creating added value from each change and reducing waste residue to zero. The implementations of the circular economy needs high involvement and commitment of multi-stakeholders. The government plays a role in providing references, analytical frameworks, and its development aspect, and convincing industries and businesses, which pushing consumer awareness and profit to be enjoyed by a broader society. The business sector is expected to to design the whole supply chains and to manage resource efficiency. I look forward to having fruitful discussion with all of you. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Miss Prita, you are still mute.
Okay, I'm sorry, I forget to unmute. Thank you so much for your keynote remarks, Professor Raldi Hendro Kustur. And next we will hear a keynote remarks that will be delivered by Miss Katarina Bruce. Please welcome Miss Katarina Bruce. Miss Katarina is from International Relation Officer for Southeast Asia, European Commission, Brussels. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation to participate at this webinar, and big welcome to all the participants. We're living in specific times, hard times, but I'm happy that we are showing this time our human resilience and continuing to work hard despite of these difficult circumstances. We always say that today we are facing a climate crisis and an ecological crisis. But with the current pandemic, we also added the health crisis on this list. And all these crises are interconnected and know no geographical boundaries. So only by working together, we can overcome these challenges. And that's why I'm very happy that we are working, the EU is working with our partners, including Indonesia, to address these challenges together. And we're also doing this today through this webinar. I would like to start by giving you an overview of the latest EU developments. End of last year, the European Commission presented the European Green Deal, the EU's new growth strategy. This is a strategy that transforms the EU into a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy, where there are no net emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050, the economic growth is decoupled from resource use, and no one is left behind. The transition is just. The European Green Deal provides a roadmap with concrete actions to boost the efficient use of resources by moving to a clean circular economy, restore and protect biodiversity, and reduce levels of pollution. It also envisages the development of a number of strategic documents. Since its adoption in December last year, we have already adopted an industrial strategy and the new circular economy action plan. We also adopted a biodiversity strategy to protect and restore biodiversity, and the farm to fork strategy for sustainable food systems. We also proposed a climate law, and we are working in the future to present a forest strategy, a chemical strategy for sustainability, and a zero pollution strategy for pollution-free Europe. Now, these were the plans that we had before the pandemics, and we stick to them. We now also have a massive recovery plan for European economy, and the Green Deal is at the heart of it. We will not go back to business as usual, and we need to now move forward to a more sustainable economy. When we look at the future now, we cannot afford to lock ourselves into soon-to-be obsolete technologies or business models and accelerate a new crisis by doing so. The economic recovery and the transition to a climate-neutral circular economy go hand in hand. There cannot be a long-term economic resilience and stability if we don't move away from the current outdated and costly linear take, make, dispose model. And this brings me to our new circular economy action plan. Accelerating the transition to a circular economy will be a key element of a job-rich recovery from the current environmental, health and economic crisis, building on green and digital solutions. The Circular Economy Action Plan adopted in March this year remains a plan for good times and bad times more than ever. The approach that we adopt throughout the action plan reflects the importance of working to reduce the waste generation in the first place. We also promote adopting circular solutions in the way products are designed and produced. This second Circular Economy Action Plan includes a mix of mandatory and voluntary measures along the phases of the economic cycle, looking at production, consumption, and transforming waste into resources. The European Commission is also currently preparing guidelines on extended producer responsibility requirements. The guidelines will mainly focus on packaging, waste electrical and electronic equipment, and batteries. And we hope to adopt this by this summer 2020. The process includes extensive consultation with our member states and other stakeholders. This is crucial in particular in a view of the legal obligation of all member states to establish mandatory EPR scheme for all packaging by the end of 2024. This was already announced in 2018 during our waste legislation revision as part of the first Circular Economy Action Plan, which included the EU Directive on Packaging and Packaging Waste. This second Circular Economy Action Plan presents initiatives for high-impact sectors where the potential for greater circularity is large. For instance, in addition to plastics, which was the main focus of the first Circular Economy Action Plan, we will also address textiles, construction, and electronics. All these considerations are relevant for Indonesia as well. And we are well aware that the global challenges of climate change and environmental degradation will require a global response. In terms of EU-Indonesia cooperation, we had several activities supporting Indonesia's transition to a more circular economy. First of all, we have our umbrella platform for our dialogue, which is the working group on environment and climate change that we established in 2017. But we started accelerating our cooperation on circular economy in 2018 when we had our circular economy mission in Jakarta. This event was a great opportunity for high-level policy dialogue on circular economy. We also brought together the European and Indonesian companies. They are key players in implementing circular solutions in practice. We're also cooperating at the regional level with ASEAN member states through an initiative on circular economy finance under our E-Ready program. Rethinking Plastics that we started with the implementation last year will offer several activities on EPR for packaging. These include facilitating consultation meetings for the development of EPR for packaging toolbox, then development of policy briefs for the implementation of EPR for plastic packaging in Indonesia. We are also supporting the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia in formulating standard criteria for recycling of plastic packaging in order to enable the implementation of waste reduction by producer roadmap and facilitate the institutional readiness for setting up the EPR system in Indonesia. And last but not least, we are implementing a pilot project to strengthen actors within plastic packaging waste value chain in Semarang city towards the implementation of the roadmap for waste reduction by producer and full implementation of EPR system. We're also working closely with our own EU member states, trying to create synergies between our activities. And we are currently preparing an EPR exchange visit between Indonesia, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, and the European Commission. Now, this webinar gives us all a chance to share our thoughts and ideas for even closer work in the future. We have interesting sessions coming ahead, and I look forward to listen about the EPR policies from other speakers and how Indonesia is implementing the EPR, in particular where the main challenges and opportunities are. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish everyone a good discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Katarina Bruce. Thank you for all for your opening remarks. And then we will continue for the discussion that this webinar will focus to extended producer responsibility that we know it's called EPR for packaging that now becomes a tool introduced to manage plastic packaging waste in Indonesia. And in this discussion, we will focus on the basic question of EPR, that to what extent actually EPR contributes to overall waste management. What are the requirements and how is it governed? Lesson from the practice from other countries. And for the first speaker, for the first session that will discuss about EPR policies and international practices, would you like to open your video and say hi to the audience? First, I would like to introduce Miss Agnes Bunerman. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me and see me. Fine.
All clear. All clear. Thank you. Miss Agnes is a managing director of Cyclos, yeah. GmbH. And also we have Mr. Edwin Sea. Hello, Mr. Edwin.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, Mr. Edwin Sea is the head of sustainability and communication at Food Industry Asia, Singapore. And we also have Dr. Valentina Chartiu. Hello, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, Ms. Valentina Chartiu is a Norwegian Institute of Water Research. And also we have Mr. Jan Muller Hansen. Hello. Hello, would you like to unmute your speaker?
Yeah, yes,
yeah.
Hello.
Yes, okay. Mr. Jan Muller Hansen is coming from International Portfolio Manager, DPL, Ministry of Environment and Food of Denmark. And and also we have a discussion here. I would like to introduce Mr. Karyanto Wibowo. Hello.
Halo, good afternoon. Selamat sore semuanya.
Iya, selamat sore. Mr. Karyanto is Director for Sustainable Development of Danone, Head of Working Group Sustainable Development, the European Chamber of Commerce Indonesia. And we want to congratulate you also for your EPR award that you received yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, congratulations for that. We will discuss it about it later, later. Yeah, and also we have Mr. Arisman from Center for Southeast Asian Studies. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Okay, Mr. Arisman, and then we will start our first session from Ms. Agnes Bunerman. Please welcome. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And again, good afternoon to everyone. And I would like Mr. Arisman to start with my presentation. Yes, thank you. I hope everybody can see and it's fine. Yes, I want to explain a little bit about EPR policy and practice in general. And Rocky and that gave me a lot of questions, and I need, I think, one whole day to answer all this question and 1 week to discuss all this question with you. Therefore, I can only give an overview in general. And I don't want to repeat all this question. You can see what is EPR in general, and about recyclable, and about voluntary and mandatory, and how the financial flow can be organized. All these are a lot of topics. This has to be discussed, and I can only give a little overview. And to dive deeper, of course, we need much more time. We can do it a little bit in the discussion. Next, please. Yes, the majority of non-organic municipal solid waste is packaging, and waste management needs to be funded and required a sound organization. In many regions, you know, both is not fulfilled. Next, please. And most of the packaging, of course, can be recycled, and it is very simple, but it is so important. It can be recycled if it is collected, sorted, and if the packaging is designed for recycling, and both is the target of the system. Next. Achieving a circular economy, all participants and all stakeholders in the supply chain has its own role, and we will see what are the roles and what is necessary to bring these roles together and to organize a good system. Next. Yes, the waste management needs, a good waste management needs a nationwide collection system, developing a recycling infrastructure, a good disposal of non-recyclable packaging, service obligation of the market participants, education and communication, and of course, research and development and everything. And in many countries, in many European countries, packet goods are only allowed to be put on the market if the producer or importer also pay for the later collection. Imagine if you build up this system in every country, it would be not allowed that anybody or any company or multinational companies or put a packet good on the market if they don't pay for the later disposal or for the later recycling. And this is the key of EPR, that they have to participate, and only if they participate, they are allowed to put packaging or packet good on the market. This is the key of EPR. Next, please. The basic is almost the same in every country. Every obliged company pays a fee when it puts packed good on the market. The fee service for the collection and for the handling of the packaging, and ensuring the collection, sorting, recycling, or energy recovery waste remains in the responsibility of the obliged companies. Yes, and the mechanism, it was first installed in Germany or in European countries, and now in the most European countries, this EPR system is working. It's not working well in all countries, but we learn, and it is very important to know that no law is like the other one, and no system in country one is like in the next country. It is very, very individual, fulfilled this EPR, but the general idea, the systematic, the strategy is all the time the same. Next, please. And we have to shift the singular, the individual responsibility to collective responsibility. And this is really the challenge that the producer, here the blue one, pay to an organization, because they have to fulfill it collective. And this organization has to manage all tasks of the waste management, of the recycling, and the role of the government is, of course, to find out the best regulation and to control the system. And of course, all consumers have to use this new system, and they play also a very, very important role. Next one, please. And all these roles are shown here, beginning with the raw material suppliers and manufacturers. They should use recyclability materials, and the obliged companies, I showed you the importers, the manufacturers, the brand owners, they have to pay and to organize the system. And the most important organization in the system is the system operator, or the PRO, the producer responsibility organization. The distributors, the consumers, when buying, they should buy reusable packaging, and they should use, of course, the collection system, the waste management, and the government, I told. Next, please. And then you can see what I showed before on the slide number 5 here, that it doesn't come by themselves, because the market will not fulfill this, because you need a lot of cost, and the cost for the system cannot be covered by the revenue if you sell it, because most of the packaging and for several, in special the plastic packaging, don't have a value in the global market. Therefore, it needs an organization. It needs a very, very good networking between all the stakeholders to reach this circular economy. Next, please. One question was, shall we only collect the recyclables? No, the sense and the strategy of an EPR system is to collect all packaging, and important and most focused on the top and the packaging which have not a value. The others, they are collected already with the informal sector, but all others are very, very important to be collected, because they are littering in the environment. And for this, you need the money and the organization and the new organization. Next, please. And here you can see a picture when you collect all packaging, all plastic and all other packaging. These are packaging is a picture from Germany, and without PET bottles and without beverage cans, because they are collected separately in a deposit refund system. But you can see here, it's more than 2.5 million tons per year in Germany, which are collected in this way and are sorted in very big and industrial sorting plants. Next, please. You can see here, yes, you can start, of course, with manual sorting, like here in Beijing. Next. All these big amounts are sorted in sorting plants like this. This is a very, very new one in the Netherlands, but we have in Germany about 50 plants like this, and the cost of one of these plants is about 12 to 15 million euro you need for it, and it has a capacity to 200,000 tons. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, and here you can only see, of course, very, very good and well sorted can be recycled on a very high level. this is an example that to make bottle to bottle, but it is really on a very high level. Next, please. But even mixed plastic can be used if there is a market. Maybe in Indonesia you have a lot, or in Southeast Asia you have a lot of wood, but we are working very often and in the MENA region, where is desert, where is no wood, where is no tree, and they are really happy to use plastic and mixed plastic for these more rough and not so difficult to produce for these products. And it is much more better than to put it in the environment and to put it dump site and to use and make products like these of the mixed plastic. Next, please. Yes, and the residuals in Europe, they have to be energy recycling or into incineration plants. Next. One of the questions was, what is bad mandatory or voluntary initiatives? Of course, voluntary initiatives are very, very good and are great means to cover the individual experience through pilot projects and to start like praise with an organization structure. It is really very good, but to fulfill it on a nationwide level and in competition and with the right control and results nationwide, you need the step and the bridge from the voluntary to the mandatory system with a very, very good basic of a regular framework of a law, of a bylaw like this. Next, please. Yes, and the most components of important components of a system is first of all to have a PRO from voluntary to mandatory, and there is a very good beginning if there is already a voluntary system operator or producer responsibility organization. And then it's very important to register all obliged companies because you need these registered to say who has to pay and who is the obliged company. Then to build up an infrastructure step by step for collection. There are some different strategies to start with bans or to start with quotas, and this has to be discussed. And then of course documentation, monitoring, evaluation, and then a controlling. Next, please. I've only two, my time is over, I think. Next, please. Hello? Can you please? Yes. And one other question was, what is the financial flow? And here you can see the financial flow in a non-profit system is with revenues and expenditures. And this has to be a balance between input and output. And you see the revenues on the right side. You need to cover the cost for collection, sorting, and recycling. And this is, of course, the highest position, the highest topic, and you need the most money. And we can say that the revenues which go back to the system, yes, from recycling, from the value, covers maybe 10 to 20% of the cost. At the moment, it is less than 10% because the price for secondary material is in a crisis. It is going very, very down and it is a very low price. Okay, then the last one or the next one, please. Yes, one question was, where can we read all this? Where can we learn? And we, our company, we prepared for Prevent Waste Alliance, an EPR toolbox. It can be used global and it will be finalized. And it is finalized, but it will be public at the end of next month. And the last one, please. And this toolbox, you will find in this toolbox a lot of information, and to provide general knowledge, definitions, methods to support establishment of EPR in low and middle income countries. It is a toolbox with 3 different modules. With general aspects, it's model 1, with aspects about sorting and recycling and collection. And the last one is about recyclability and how to create the market. And all these you can find at the Prevent Waste Alliance very soon, I think in 5 or 6 weeks. You have to ask GIZ, they are organizing this. Yes, this was a very quick overview. Thank you for your attention and for your interest. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Agnes Wuneman, for your insightful presentation. We learned a lot from that. And next, we will continue learning from Mr. Edwin Seah as the Head of Sustainability and Communication at Food Industry Asia, Singapore. The floor is yours, Mr. Edwin Seah.
Edwin, can you unmute?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start by thanking Pak Arisman and CSIS for the kind invitation to be part of this very important webinar. And I think I should spend 60 seconds just introducing Food Industry Asia because not everyone would be familiar with us. So we are based in Singapore and we are a members association representing multinational food and beverage companies that are operating across Asia. And we focus on 4 pillars: food safety, health and nutrition, trade-related issues, as well as sustainability, which I head. And a lot of our work revolves around policy and regulatory affairs, advocacy. We work very closely with governments, with national industry associations, as well as international organizations. So be it CCs or UNDP or the World Bank, we feel that it's important to gather around in collaboration to drive things forward. Could we go to my next slide, please? So let me begin by sharing a little bit on what the industry is doing in terms of driving packaging innovation and reducing waste. At the very base of our work, we feel that data and information is key. And so we've invested a lot of our effort and time on developing data for the region. In 2018, we released a report on tackling plastic waste across Southeast Asia. We covered 4 countries, including Indonesia. And just this month, we completed a partnership with the United Nations Environment Programme to cover 5 countries, again, including Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia. We did 2 concurrent surveys, one targeting businesses and the other targeting consumers. And the idea is really to understand from these 2 different groups, what are their efforts and understanding in terms of plastics and packaging waste, what are they doing, and what do they need, and where are the gaps. Next slide, please. So let me share with you in the next few slides some of the key findings from, one back. Let me share with you some of the key findings. First, from the consumer survey, you can see there's a disconnect between what consumers are thinking about and what they're actually doing. So while the majority of them say that they're concerned about plastics issues, less than half say that they're willing to buy a product where the packaging is made from recycled plastics. And then if you go further down, you look at consumers are mainly focusing on reducing and reusing, less so on recycling. And in terms of where they think government perhaps could come in to support is looking at mandatory household segregation, as well as enhancing waste collection systems. And the last part, which would be quite useful for industry, for governments, as we go about trying to build up awareness, is some of the areas where they feel that they would like to know more about. So that includes the 3 Rs, the impact on plastic pollution on the environment, as well as on segregation of plastics. Next slide, please. And these are the insights from businesses. Quite a few interesting points. So again, you see the first point, more than 80% of them are extremely concerned, but less than half feel that their efforts are sufficient. And the second point, while overwhelming majority, 80% have targets to address plastic waste, but only 1/3 communicate externally. And the problem with that is that when you have a target and it's not shared, you have little motivation to achieve it, and you're not held accountable. So for FIA and many of our members, I think you might recall in 2018, we made a lot of commitments towards reducing and reusing plastics and packaging, some up to 2025, some up to 2030, and we made that public. Also, the third point is that while many of them have quantitative targets, again, there's no deadline. So it's a bit of a fruitless exercise if you have a target, but you don't have a timeline to achieve that. And the fourth point is of concern and of relevance when we talk about EPR, is that only half of the businesses across the 5 countries are part of any group tackling plastics waste. And that's an issue because in terms of EPR, you want it to be holistic. You want to ensure that all the players involved in producing, using, and putting out plastics and packaging are captured and be part of the system. So that's an area that needs to be looked at. And the last point is just, again, some of the areas where businesses feel that governments can help. It's providing more information and, again, mandating source segregation, enhancing collection. And the last part is, interestingly, in EPR, the concept is polluter pays. But you have to ask the question, in a lot of times, who is the person or the organization that puts out the litter? It's not the brand owners, it's you and me. We are the consumers, and we are the ones that need to be responsible, and we need to be penalized if we start to litter and don't abide by responsible behavior. Can we go to the next slide? So this is, again, a snapshot of what businesses hope for governments to help them in terms of tackling plastics and packaging waste. So on the first column on the right, you can see the summary from the 5 countries, and Indonesia, if you look across, is what I shared earlier, the top 5 areas that Indonesian companies hope for government to help. And bearing in mind, when we surveyed the companies in Indonesia and all these countries, only 10 or 15% are MNCs. The majority are local Indonesian businesses that we surveyed. So this is what you're hearing from a majority of companies that operate in Indonesia. Can we go to the next slide? And this is also a part, like I mentioned earlier. So you can see that while there's an overwhelming majority, 80% say that yes, they have a target to address plastic waste. But if you go down, only 30% across the 5 countries communicated externally, and in Indonesia, it's 24%. So that's an area where we want to work together with the larger business community to get involved with. Can we go to the next slide? And this was the part which I mentioned earlier also. If you look at Indonesia, there are about 50% who say that they are not part of any group tackling plastic waste issues. So again, collectively, government, industry, we need to look at this to increase the figure, because this whole issue of tackling plastic and packaging waste, it's not just the work of government or one group of industry. Can we go to the next slide? Now I want to briefly share with you some of the packaging innovations that are being driven at the individual company level. And of course, Karyanto from Danone is here, so I thought it might be useful to share the first example from Aqua Danone here in Indonesia. I think, again, many of you might remember in 2018, they launched a bottle made from 100% recycled plastics. And I believe that they started selling that in Bali, and hoping to sell it across Indonesia. What's interesting also is because the bottle does away with the external additional plastic label, which are typically very difficult also to recycle, and therefore a lot of it ends up in the environment. And then Mondelez is trialing right now in Australia and New Zealand using paper packaging for chocolates. So that does away with the typical difficult to recycle multi-layer, multi-material laminates and foils and plastics. So hopefully the test comes back good and it will be applied or introduced across the region. And of course, Tetra Pak introduced some years back Tetra Rex, which is made entirely from recycled or bio sources. Can we go to the next slide?
Mr. Advinsa, I would like to remind you about the time.
Sure. Okay, I'll run through this very quickly. So I also wanted to share very quickly, so we're not just talking about information and innovation, we're also talking about work on the ground. So last year we launched a PRO in Vietnam, and in the Philippines we have something similar. And I understand that here in Indonesia, PRACE is working on developing a similar concept. Can we go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Yes, thanks. Okay, the next one. So I want to quickly share with you then Singapore's journey on EPR. And I think it started more than a decade ago, where we came up with a voluntary system called the Packaging Agreement that involved government, NGOs, as well as industry. And some of the work that the agreement did was to come up with packaging benchmarks. And I think in 2015, the government then shared with industry that they were going to introduce this year, 2020, mandatory packaging reporting framework. Can we go to the next slide? So the framework is a precursor, if you would, to EPR, because it will help to collect important information like data waste flows and information on the types and amounts of packaging that is put out on the market. Next slide, please. Of course, next year in 2021, Singapore will introduce a form of EPR for e-waste. And I won't go through it for time, but it follows the traditional EPR mode, where you have a PRO and you have to have take-back points in stores for customers to return e-waste. Next slide, please. And then this year, the government in Singapore surprised us a little bit, the industry, by informing us that they plan to introduce a deposit refund scheme for beverage containers in 2022. That comes as a surprise because previously they told us they will introduce EPR in 2025. But in any case, we are working together with our industry stakeholders to develop a model that will be most suitable and effective for Singapore. Next slide, please. And then, of course, for EPR, it's still a few years back, but they haven't really shared much details. But according to the DRS, they're looking to cover quite a lot of packaged food packaging. And if you look at the Korean system, which is probably the most established EPR system in Asia, it covers the whole range of plastic packaging. Can I go to the next slide? And the next one. So I think my last few slides, I'm just going to emphasize a few points. First of all, that industry does not oppose an EPR system. We operate in many markets with an EPR, so we are fully knowledgeable about how EPR works. But our concern obviously involves around implementation, enforcement, and the impact on business costs, and especially during COVID-19 when everyone's struggling to recover back. Whether the additional business costs is going to impact many businesses. Of course, EPR should not be discriminatory in many ways. It shouldn't just apply to one industry. And that's a concern because in many times you hear discussions, it's all just about the food industry or it's just about a certain part of the value chain, the brand owners. So it should be more holistic. And then, of course, we feel that maybe perhaps an area to look at first is regulations around recyclable content, which in Indonesia, I believe you still can't use recycled material in food grade packaging. And of course, the fourth point is maybe we should want to look at starting mandatory reporting first before anything, because that's where you capture key data and participation. Okay, the next slide, please. And in doing up my slides for today's webinar, I came across two very useful reports which I wanted to share. And this is just a reminder that, first of all, EPR is not a silver bullet. I think most of the panelists here will agree. it must be used in conjunction with other waste management strategies. So some of them I shared earlier about source segregation. It's about innovation, consumer education. It's also about infrastructure. We shouldn't forget about infrastructure. Of course, Agnes shared this previously about good governance and effective enforcement. And if you look at some examples, like in India, where they have EPR, in some parts, you ask them and they tell you it's not running well, and the issue is non-compliance. And if you ask industry why, it's because it's either too confusing or there's just too many layers and issues around it. So that's something we need to be careful about. Two other points that I added in because of COVID-19. One is the impact of global oil prices on recycling and recycled material. And the other one is, of course, as we found out, I think waste collection and the informal sector, we need to recognize them as essential services and essential workers, because of the restriction movements, if they're not allowed to do their work, you're going to have a stockpile of unwanted waste that will create more problems. And then can we go to my last slide, please? Yes, so this is from another report that just came out. I think it was published in 2020, and this is a reflection on some of the EPRs in the EU. Of course, I'm only highlighting some of the pitfalls. If you go back and if you look at the whole report, they obviously will talk about the good and bad of EPR. But again, the key thing is that there must be transparent information. There must be a transparent system of data and also who should be involved and at what stage and at what cost. And the second point I tend to agree is that how well can EPR drive innovation? And from the industry perspective, and when you talk about food packaging, it's not something that you can innovate or design overnight. It takes a very long time. It's almost like developing a vaccine for COVID-19. 18 to 24 months, you need to research, you need to test, you need to pilot, and then you need to go through all the necessary regulatory approvals before you put it out on the market. So it's not something plain and simple that you can force, for example, industry to redesign, because as I showed in my earlier example, if that was the case, we would have already done it. And then the last 2 points, again, going back to some of the examples of EPR that haven't really quite worked out, is the control, the enforcement, the monitoring. These are all some of the points that I think we really need to bear in mind, especially for a huge country like Indonesia as we go about talking about introducing EPR. So sorry if I took a bit more time, but that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edwinsia. We got your lesson learned here from Singapore. Thank you. And then next we will hear lesson learned from Norway. It will be presented by Dr. Valentina Sartiu, Norwegian Institute of Water Research. Please, the floor is yours. I'm sorry, I would like to remind you that your presentation time is 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the colleagues from the Center for Southeast Asian Studies for the invitation. I'm honored to address such a distinguished audience. The topic of my today's talk is extended producer responsibility for packaging in Norway. With the following outline, I will start by highlighting the key moments in the development and implementation process of EPR in Norway, and then I will continue with a brief overview of the APR schemes for plastic packaging in Norway. And last but not least, I will share some key lessons that Norway has learned from the experience with EPR that can be useful for the Indonesian colleagues. Next, please. The Product Control Act of 1976 forms the legal basis for regulation around packaging and refund systems. When it first introduced, it set up a tax for beverage packaging. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. In 1994, updates were, no, can you please go back to the previous slide? Yeah, thank you. In 1994, updates were made to the beverage packaging tax. And from that year, Norway has two types of packaging tax in place. Basic tax that is payable for all beverage containers which cannot be reused, and an environmental tax that is based on the return rate achieved for the packaging, a tax that encourages the achievement of high return taxes rates. For containers with a return rate that is higher than 95%, no tax based on return is payable. Currently, these tax rates are imposed by material type, and to give you an example, the basic tax in 2018 for all single-use packaging items was 12 euro cents per unit. A small subset of products are exempt from these two taxes. For instance, no basic tax is imposed on milk and milk products beverages. In 1999, the formal regulation of deposit return systems has been formalized, and Norsk Research, that is a non-profit organization, has been set up for the administration of the new deposit system. A deposit system that followed the beverage containers through the entire life cycle from the producer to the consumer and back again. In this way, the producer would lose money unless the container was not recycled and returned. And I would like to take a minute to introduce to you the reverse vending machine. That is, could you please go to the next slide? That is tightly linked with the deposit return system in Norway. So in the 70s, a local grocer wanted a vending machine that could quickly and easily take back empty bottles. And his request has been addressed by a Norwegian engineer that designed a handmade prototype, which has been installed in a supermarket in Oslo in January '72. And from that time, the vending machine, the reverse vending machine process developed. Currently, Tumra is a global company that provides this type of infrastructure to all countries that aim to put in place a deposit return system. Could you please next? Yep. These are two examples of reverse vending machine. Next, please. In 2019 has been put on the market a reverse vending machine that allows consumers to go there and put the whole up to 100 bottles once in a whole bag. So this is how we evolved from 72 to today. So next please. Can you please go to the slide with the EPR and waste policy back? Yeah. Another key moment was in 2004 when the Product Control Act and Packaging Tax were incorporated into the waste regulation, and by this was meant to contribute to efficient return systems for packaging of beverages and to help prevent waste from such packaging. The legislation in 2004 distinguished rates for containers based on their size, with one rate for containers with a capacity higher than 500 milliliters, and another one for those that are below 500 milliliters. And also, there have been established some rules for individual producers and importers of beverages. For instance, they can establish or handle the return system by themselves, or join a return system packaging. In case they want to establish and handle a return system, it's expected that they achieve a minimum 25% return with the packaging recycled in an environmental proper way. The legislation also puts other important requirements in place, such as the requirement of labeling the packaging that previously was not covered in the deposit return system, and also gave the permission to the Norwegian Environmental Agency to forbid the use of primary packaging that prevents the appropriate implementation of established deposit schemes. Last but not least, in 2017 has been updated the Chapter 4 of Waste Regulation on packaging waste. The update was meant to increase the reuse and material recovery and to reduce the environmental burden caused by packaging waste. And responsibilities were set out for producers to work towards waste prevention. And again, the Norwegian Environmental Agency has been allowed to issue further guidelines to prevent waste generation and to encourage the waste prevention efforts. And also in 2017, by 1st of September, all the voluntary industry agreements that have been put in place in mid-90s concerning EPR have been replaced by a mandatory EPR system for all the producers. I will talk about this in the next slide, please. Can you please go to slide 5? So in the mid-90s, voluntary agreements were signed between 94 and 1995 between the Norwegian Ministry of the Environment and the plastic industry and different industries like Plastic Industry Association, Painting Association, Builders Association, Food Producers Association, and so forth, with the purpose of reducing, recovering, and recycling the waste that is connected to packaging, and also with the purpose of implementing the EU directive from '94 about packaging and packaging-related waste. The extent of the agreement, so basically this agreement includes plastic packaging apart from packaging that contains dangerous materials or that are taxed, like the pan for beverages. The plastic, according to this agreement, the plastic packaging producers and using industries should put in place a system for recycling that includes collection and recovery. This has been agreed to be done by a specific material company. And also, but in this agreement was foreseen that both packaging producers and using industries, they should report about their results on a yearly basis. These agreements have been revised and renewed in 2003. One of the changes was the requirement for packaging to be optimized. That means that the packaging should ensure that the product is protected, but not more than necessary. And in this way, to prevent packaging waste. As briefly mentioned before, in 2017, the Norwegian Ministry of Climate and Environment has adopted an amendment and introduced the mandatory extended producer responsibility for packaging. A series of requirements have been foreseen in this new act. Among these, the fact that packaging may be only placed on the Norwegian market if it complies with essential requirements that regards the design of the packaging, the reuse of the packaging, and requirements for recycling. For instance, packaging must be manufactured in such a way that a certain percentage of the materials used can be recycled for the production of marketable products in accordance with the applicable community standards. And other three key changes that happened in 2017 with this new act concern the duty to join an approved compliance schemes. So basically, producers and importers who supply the Norwegian market with at least 1,000 kilograms of packaging per year shall finance the collection, sorting, and all other processing activities in relation to packaging waste through a membership to a PRO that is approved by the Norwegian Environmental Protection Agency. The producer, they also have the duty to prevent the waste, so they need to work towards the prevention, and they need to report the progress of their prevention measures on a yearly basis. And in addition, they also need to report in what extent they manage to comply with the basic requirements regarding the manufacturing of the packaging and the recycling, basically the essential requirements I mentioned a bit earlier. Can we please move to the next slide? So now I would like to give you a very brief overview of the EPR schemes for plastic packaging in Norway. So as mentioned before, there is a legal framework that supports this. Yes?
Yes, I would like to remind you about the time.
Yes, I will just very quickly go through the last slides. Thank you. So I will not insist on the legal framework that I present before. I would just like to mention a few words about the financial and organizational responsibility when it comes to APR scheme in Norway for plastic packaging. The producer responsibility organization, they have a financial responsibility, and partially they also are responsible for organizing for organizing the recovery and recycling of plastic packaging. This is basically Norway has put in place a hybrid models where producers and municipalities are sharing the responsibilities. As for April 2020 this year, two non-profit organizations have the approval as acting as the PRO for plastic packaging in Norway. One is the Green Dot Norway, and the other one is Norcirc. The first one has been established in '97 and is owned by material companies, and until September 2019 was the only one taking care of the plastic packaging. When it comes to plastic bottles, beverage, there is Infinitum that operates and the deposit return system. Can we please go to the next slide? Norway has put in place a hybrid model where municipalities are responsible for the collection of packaging waste, or in the case, there are some municipalities in Norway that have invested in mixed waste sorting plants. So they are responsible also for the sorting, and then they transfer the responsibility to the producer PRO's organization in the second step of the value chain. The facilities sort the plastic materials into fractions, most commonly HDP, LDP, PP, and PET bottles. And as mentioned, the Act in 2017 introduced some design requirements for the deposit return systems, and I have included here as an example what are the requirements that PET bottles that are returned through the vending system machines have to comply with. Next. Next slide, please. In the last part of my presentation, I would like to spend a bit of time on the challenges to address. Despite the progress that has been achieved in all these years with EPR in Norway, still there are some challenges to address, and I have included here two of the key challenges. The first one refers to the fact that the EPR schemes for plastic packaging do not cover all plastic packaging that is placed on the Norwegian market. And among these plastic packaging categories, we can mention the one that is put on the market by companies in an amount less than 1,000 kilograms per year. Those that are coming from private imports, internet, or cross-border shopping. Is very common that Norwegians are shopping in their neighboring countries and bring all kinds of products with them back. And then we have the free riders, those producers who do not comply in an adequate way with their obligations under EPR. And the second main challenge that the Norwegian system is currently dealing with refers to the few incentives for the recycling of plastic waste that is not covered by the EPR. Basically, all the categories of plastic packaging that are not covered by EPR, they are not, the recycling of those categories are not financed. And for some types of plastic that have a low density, like the expanded polystyrene, this is a huge issue because this is an important source of marine litter. So, for instance, just to give you an example, one fish box that is made of EPS and that weighs 0.6 kilograms. This means that the producer can put on the market approximately 1,700 units of this type of fishing boxes without being obliged to finance the collection and the recycling of these products. So there are no incentive for the producers to reduce the amount of waste generated or to design products that increase their recyclability. Next slide, please, and is the last slide, the lessons learned. Key messages for the colleagues in Indonesia. What we need a close collaboration between government and private sector in the design process and also in the implementation of the EPR schemes. A high level of transparency and effective monitoring are critical requirements. And also enforcement of the laws is essential to create a level playing field for the competing PROs. And last but not least, actors that are subject to the EPR regulations should be clearly defined. This will make sure that well-designed EPR schemes can reduce the burden on public budgets, can incentivize effective end-of-life collection and treatment pathways, and last but not least, can reduce the environmental footprint. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Valentina Tartiu. Thank you. And next, from Norway, we will have lesson learned from Denmark. We have Mr. Jan Muller Hansen from International Portfolio Manager, DPA, Ministry of Environment and Food of Denmark. The floor is yours, Mr. Jan Muller.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. And also thank you to SEAS for organizing the event. I will just try to make it very brief, even though I have quite some slides. A lot of things have already been said by the previous speakers. So I will just do it a little brief this afternoon. If you can just jump to the first slide. Just go up to the start of the presentation, please. Some of the things that I will be saying relates a lot to what have already been mentioned by the previous speakers. But I will just talk a little bit about EPR in Denmark and then explain also how Denmark is working with Indonesia on a circular economy and extended producer responsibility. In Denmark, we have to admit that we are one of the countries that produces the most waste per capita in the world. So for us here in Denmark, reduction is a must. And the whole agenda of reusing and recycling of waste has become a very hot political topic in Denmark. So the plastic issue is one of our biggest challenges. And as you heard from Katarina previously, then the new EU legislation put some tough requirements to Denmark in terms of becoming much better in recycling and measuring our recycling rates, especially for plastic, but also for other products. And then the new requirement in 25 of 50% recycling for plastic is something that we work a lot with in Denmark right now, with new measures, new legislation, etc. But we do have our own policy and on plastic, which goes some years back, but the new EU requirements are much tougher than what we have today. So there's a political commitment in Denmark to reuse and recycling. And in Denmark, we have a long tradition for incineration. It goes way back to the energy crisis in the early 70s, where we invested a lot in incineration. So 25% of our central heating comes from incineration. But we are committed in Denmark to reduce incineration and to become much better in reuse and recycling. Next. So when we look at the statistics here, you will see the first part of this is the recycling fraction in Denmark. And the light blue here is incineration, and the last part is landfill. So in Denmark, we incinerate a lot, and we have very, very little landfill today. But the incineration part we want to phase gradually out and becomes much better in reusing and recycling. Next. And as Katarina was mentioning previously, we are in Denmark committed to fulfilling the new EU requirements, the new directives on packaging, which has to be in place by end 24. And also the single-use plastic directive and other new requirements from EU. And this is what has the big attention in Denmark right now, both among the government, public institutions, but also private companies, that we have to fulfill these requirements. Next. But if we look at the political consent in Denmark, Then last year we adopted a new, quite ambitious climate agenda, a new climate law. We have a climate ministry. We have got a new climate law, and we are committed. The government is committed to cut emissions by 70% in 2030 and become carbon neutral in 2050. So this is the climate commitment, but it also means that we are focusing a lot on reducing and recycling our waste, and we also see that not only as part of the circular economy, getting away from this linear development we have seen in the past, but also to contribute to reduction of CO2 emissions. And in Denmark, we have a strategy for circular economy, and we have a strategy for plastic, a plastic action plan. And what we focus on in Denmark is a lot on the partnerships between government and the private sector, and our policies have been developed a lot with the involvement of private sector. Part of it, and a lot of it, is voluntary, but there are also mandatory elements in the policies and in the legislation. But one of the keys has been the voluntary commitment from the industry also. Next. We have seen that private businesses have been the driving force for the circular transition that we see today. And then the government is setting the framework and the conditions, the enabling environment for this to happen. But we focus on the data digitalization of the circular economy, the design of products. We encourage new consumption patterns, and we also very committed in developing the markets for waste and recycling materials. Because one thing is to reuse and recycle things, but if there's no market, it doesn't make sense. The economic aspects of this is very important. So developing markets and introducing public initiatives that support and drive this development is a key for us also. And it means public institutions are developing new policies on procurement, requirements for reused materials it can be in construction, in other parts of the economy. But the government is introducing different initiatives that supports a circular economy development. So buildings and biomass is also something we work on in Denmark. Next. But we have quite an old and well-established deposit and system for breweries, for bottles and cans. And it's very similar to what we heard from Valentina in Norway. We have the same kind of systems in Denmark. There might be differences in the way it's organized, but basically we are doing the same here. And then we also have some EPR systems, well-established systems for electronics, batteries, and cars. But it has to be further developed, and we have to expand it much more than what we have today. And here we also pushed a lot by the EU to move in that direction. Next. This is just to show a little bit the timeline of the development in Denmark, at least seen from the government side. But right now we are in a process of dialogue between government and the private sector in working out new legislation, new systems for registering, for monitoring, for defining and deciding on roles and responsibilities of EPR systems throughout the value chain. And these new systems, they have to be in place by end 24. And we also need to have new legislation in place according to the EU requirements. Next. But as we have already heard, For us here in Denmark, it's about giving the responsibility for packaging waste to the producers. It's about incentives for eco-design, high quality in recycling, cost-effective systems, and attracting investments into this business, innovation and competition. And here I think we heard some interesting issues from Edwin also in Singapore about innovation in the private sector. We see the same thing happening in Denmark. And this about having a transparent and a fair systems procedure. So companies, they are using the same transparent systems and they are on a level playing field. It's also related to what Agnes was talking about, I think, regarding pro design and systems. It has to be transparent and fair. And we have also learned not too much administration around these systems because it becomes very cumbersome and expensive to operate. So the systems have to be put up in a simple, effective, cost-efficient manner, and in an order so you avoid the free riders, as Valentina was also talking about. Next. A few years ago, we did a study on EPR in some of the other European countries, and we learned that what is important is a clear responsibility for the operational tasks around pros. And also, as Agnes was talking about, there's not one size fits all a blueprint to pro and EPR procedures. It has to be developed and it has to build on the national systems and practices. And that's where you start. But this about having clear division of responsibilities, clear organizational mandates, and also a legislative basis for pros and different systems is important. And the transparent oversight and monitoring compliance system. But maybe more importantly, it has to be intuitive. It has to be user-friendly for customers and for citizens to use. And you need the systematic and long-term planning when you set up the systems and you plan for it. Next. So some of the challenges as we see it here also is there's this about the tax burden. There's this about providing economic incentives, setting the roles right, and facilitating cooperation between government and different industries, maybe associations and other stakeholders, and of course the public. And then getting accurate data and the monitoring oversight and making it easy also for the producers to use. Not too much administration and bureaucracy, both for the producers and for the public, and also for the government. Next. I just want to show you one example, very similar to what Valentina talked about from Norway. We also have an old deposit and refund system in Denmark. It's called the Danish return system. Here you see one of these revending machines. We have them in all the supermarkets and bigger shops in Denmark. It's not a new system. It goes way back. Even when I was a child 50 years ago, we used to return our glass bottles and all that. So it has developed over many, many years, but it's very effective. Next. This Danish return system is a bit like the one in Norway and maybe in other countries. It's a non-profit company, but it's set up by breweries and private producers, and they did it on their own initiative in the past. But today it's overseen by the government, and it has 3 types of income to run the whole business. And today, 92% of all bottles and cans in Denmark are reused and recycled through this system, 92%. And it's a very efficient system. Every Dane, they know the system. Many, many people are using it, and it's not a new thing. It has 3 types of income. The bottles that are not returned, and it's 8%, not 10, it's 8%. that deposit goes back to this PRO, some of it to the state budget, but that's one source of income. And then they also sell all the recycled materials to processing companies. It's another income they have. And then more importantly, the producers themselves, they pay an annual fee for the marketing that is put on the marketing of their products. So the producers, importers, they pay an annual fee to run this PRO. And it's enacted by law. And the PRO is overseen by our agency. And the fees that are, yeah?
Yeah, Mr. Hansen, I would like to remind you about the time.
Yes, okay, I'm fast now. Next one. So that system is an old system and it's well established. But from this system, we want to expand into new type of products here in Denmark. Next one. It is a system that is owned by the producers. It's overseen by our agency on behalf of the government, and the system is efficient and it is obliged to keep all the costs low, so it runs efficiently. Next one. And as I mentioned, they have registered 26,000 different products that is routed through the system. It collects through from more than 1,000 supermarkets, stations, restaurants every day in Denmark. 92% of the bottles are recycled, reused. And they have also calculated quite a big contribution to the CO2 reduction. It's around 150,000 tons annually. Next. So you see here the bottles, the cans, they are all marked with these codes. So when you give them back, the machines will register the deposit fee that is refunded. Next. If we can have the next slide, please. So these are the type of stations we have in many different places, and people, they get a receipt when they have handed in their bottles and cans, and they get the money from the supermarket or wherever it is. Next. Citizens, they will collect, and you know, they will go around and collect from all these places in the country. Next. Can we have the next slide? Lastly, I would just like to mention also here that we are working with Indonesia, and in particular with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, but also with other stakeholders in Indonesia in supporting the development on circular economy in Indonesia. And here we have what we call a strategic sector cooperation on circular economy. And from our side, we contribute with technical advice, knowledge, both from Denmark, but it could also be from other countries. We know that there's not one size fits all to this, but there are many challenges between our countries that are similar. The basic challenges are the same, even though the context might be very different. And this is what our cooperation is about. It's about sharing the lessons learned, the knowledge that we have on both sides. And we also, as Katarina was mentioning, here in October, we are organizing a study tour, both to Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, and also to Brussels, where we will share experiences on EPR and pro issues as part of our longer term development with Indonesia. So thank you very much for listening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jan Muller Hansen, for your presentation and also the picture of our dream machine. Yeah. I dream that the machine will be in Indonesia. Yes, wow, very good. And next, we will hear a comment from Mr. Karyanto Wibowo, Director for Sustainable Development of Danone. Mr. Karyanto, we want to know from industry perspective,
Yeah.
So what do you think of the journey of EPR from Singapore, Denmark, and also Norway? And please relate it in the Indonesia condition.
All right. Okay. So terima kasih. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. First thing first, I will take a few seconds just to introduce our organization Eurochamp. This is the European Business Chamber of Commerce, or Eurochamp Indonesia, specifically the principal voice of European business interests in Indonesia, with more than 200 members. But in this case, basically, we are going to discuss about the presentation on EPR and how it is going to be implemented in Indonesia, the relevancy with Indonesia. But I will take only related to the circular economy. Okay, and then Pak Arisman will go for the EPR. Yeah, I refer to what mentioned by Professor Raldi and also Katarina earlier about the circular economy. Okay, and then why it is very important also because EPR, if we really implement it
Sorry,
well,
Mr. Karyanto, your
Yep.
voice is very small.
Okay.
Would you like to
Okay.
make the microphone closer?
Yeah. All right. I use this way. Okay. So I will give the perspective more to CE, or circular economy, because if EPR or PRO, this kind of things is really well used or implemented, this can be one of, Edwin was mentioned before, can be one of the cornerstone of the transition towards circular economy in Indonesia. Okay, and then now I give more to the perspective and position of the packaging and producer or industry towards the circular economy and also the reduction of plastic waste packaging, and hope this will inspire the audience here. I think I go back to 2 years ago in 2018. There was an event on our Ocean Conference in Bali, where the new plastic economy global commitment was launched. United business, government, different type of organization to have common vision and target to address plastic waste and also the pollutions at source. It is really a global commitment. It was led by Ellen MacArthur Foundation and also in collaboration with the UN Environment Program. This global commitment has already mobilized over 450 signatories that are really determined to build a circular economy for plastic and also packaged goods, consists of packaged goods company, raw material producer, recycler, government, cities, universities, some NGO also join this kind of a signatory. And as for the business, now include about 20% of the companies representing 20% of all packaging produced globally, which is we know some of them like Danone, Nestle, Coca-Cola, Tetra Pak, Unilever, and also retailer like Metro, packaging producer like Amcor, or recycler like Veolia, also joining the signatory. And what is really the global commitment of this circular economy of plastic? So basically, there are 4 things that I would like to elaborate here. The first one is more towards eliminate problematic and unnecessary plastic packaging through the redesign, through innovation, and also exploring the new delivery model. Okay, and then the second one is about the innovations, how to make sure that the plastic will be 100% reusable, recyclable, and also compostable. Some company already put 2025 as a target. And then the third one, how to make sure that the plastic, the circularity of the plastic, we keep them into the economy through the collection, sorting, and recycling, so that it will not end up into the environment. And then the last one is more towards the sustainability, the biodiversity, this kind of things, which is how to use the plastic fully decoupled for the consumption of finite resources, which is oil. Okay, so basically we believe that this kind of commitment, which is already representing 20% of plastic packaging producer, it should be also inspire Indonesia, and then towards kind of a new normal of the plastic packaging, which is a new plastic economy. The second point is it was highlighted also about the partnership collaboration between government and private, how those 2 important stakeholders should collaborate to address. I think what we should do as a government, as industry, first, we have to commit towards achieving the common goal and target. Okay, I have mentioned already several elements on what kind of common goal that we have to achieve. For example, on eliminating unnecessary plastic packaging, reuse model, recycle, compostable, increase collection, and so forth. And business also should start thinking beyond design and use of recycle beyond the design and the use of packaging. It has to be include the contribution towards collection, reuse, recycle, and compost practice. And also in Indonesia, there are several framework already. We have Waste Management Law 18/2028, and then also Jakstranas, and also National Plastic Action Partnership. This is something that we can use as a reference moving forward. And then the last one, more towards in Indonesia, what is really a challenge to bring circular economy into the reality. I go first with the challenge. The first one is on the policy and regulatory policy side, which is we expect that basically in Indonesia, we should have kind of a conducive policy in place. Boosting circular economy is not only private sector responsibility, but collective responsibility. The second one is local government must ensure the foundation of the adequate waste management, because this is very important. Because now we are relying more towards informal sector, and this is the reality. And then we will discuss later how EPR also adapt the informal sector. Number 3 is the financing. Very important collection, incentive, disincentive, education on public awareness, mindset, how to make sure that people do sorting at home. This will help the recycling industry to face the technical challenge because of the material contamination and segregation. And now, of course, we have many opportunity. There are several opportunities that we should think on Indonesia. For example, how to start mobilizing the industry and the entire value chain through the PRO model that we discussed before. Informal sector is huge in Indonesia. Then we need to address, and this is also the opportunity. How also to strengthen the collection through the community, like a waste bank, TPS 3R, this kind of thing. And then the innovation is also important. And also the last one is the financing. The incentive from the government, the funding from the international organizations, that's something that we need to explore as an opportunity. So, and the last one is that, so we believe that the circular economy or circularity is possible and can be done in Indonesia. And then some of the Eurochain member like Danone, Nestle, Unilever, Tetra Pak, I think they already start, adapting the circular model in Indonesia. And then, of course, EPR, ESR, or PRO can be part of it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Karyanto, for your perspective. Very brief, and we got the clear information about Indonesian condition. What do you think, Mr. Arisman from TISIS?
Yeah, thank you, Rita. Yeah, I would like to comment first for the speakers. I take a note from Agnes regarding the EPR should be mandatory or voluntary. I think this is need also a requirement like in developing countries such as Indonesia, the law enforcement. For voluntary, of course, there's also another impact like free riders. From Jan Muller, I take a note that business is a driving force for circular transition. Yeah, this is important for business to redesign the product, like mentioned by Danone. And from Valentina, this is, I try to take a note, need a collaboration between government and private sector, or we mentioned also early in the keynotes by Prof. Ravi, multi-stakeholder approach. And the last one by Edwin, I also surprised that Singapore next year already start transition from voluntary to mandatory. But looks like the industry don't oppose the EPR system, but they're concerned only about the implementation, enforcement, and the impact on business costs. I would like to share our case study on in ASEAN related to the EPR practices. Looks like in ASEAN start with focus on the e-waste, electronic waste. Only Singapore quite advanced now. But Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam already established the PRO, like mentioned by Edwin. But the other initiative related to the plastic waste in Thailand, they already drafting the plastic waste roadmap to ban several plastic like microbead and others, so styrofoam as well. But my point is, looks like in the context of theory of EPR itself, introduced by Thomas Renfrees in 1990s, he classified the producer responsibility into three categories. The first one, economic responsibility. The second one, physical responsibility. The third one, informative responsibility. So now in ASEAN itself, in ASEAN countries, the status is, we call it a startup status. But I also surprised because last year, in December 2019, Indonesian government through Ministry of Environment launched a roadmap of EPR for 10 years. My question is about is it industry already well informed about this? And then the second one, because I also surprised yesterday, I got information that Ministry of Environment already announced the award for the industry already reduced the waste, or we can say EPR award. My question is, why there's no representative of award from the retail? Because in the Ministry Regulation 75/2019, there's a three category: manufacture, F&B services, and retail. I don't know, but looks like some retail in Indonesia already tried to reduce the waste, but I'm not sure about the data. But we have to find out more related to this EPR issues. Our research center, in collaborate with Norway Institute of Water Research, we would like to do research next month to see the perception of business sector toward the EPR roadmap in Indonesia. So it's very important to understand their views. Like mentioned also by Pak Karyanto, I think industry should involve in the scheme of EPR scheme drafting. So this is important. Yeah, this is from my perspective. So I think also for the Singapore, maybe it's a little bit more easier. I don't know, this is Edwin, sorry. But for Indonesia, we still lack of waste management system, and as well as lack of coordination between actors or stakeholders. And the last one, we also, like you mentioned, is informal sectors. ASEAN have an informal sector. How informal sector, like face speakers, incorporate with the EPR system. So this is should be discussed maybe in the next session. I would like to stop my comment first. I give back to Rita. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Arisman. Okay, next we will go into a question and answer session. But before, I want to ask about Indonesian condition. I would ask about to foreigner speakers. Yeah, Ms. Agnes, Mr. Edwin, and also Ms. Valentina and Mr. Hansen. You heard a little bit information about Indonesia condition on waste management. We have challenges, but we want to start our early steps for better waste management, including with EPR system. But Indonesia also have its own challenges based on its nature condition, that we are archipelago. We have 270 million people that lives in 1,000 of islands, big and small, that it's very difficult and costly for collecting system. So do you have any suggestion? Do you have any thoughts where we can start our early step for that? I would like to hear from Ms. Agnes first. Would you like to answer?
Yes, thank you so much. Is it okay like this? Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I think it's very necessary to start and two levels. First, it is very, very important to have a very good organization structure. Praise is a good beginning, but praise has to increase to a real organization structure, to a real producer response or packaging responsible organization. It needs that they build up a register for the companies who are bringing packaging on the market. They need a legal department to make the contracts and to for tenders for waste management, and of course a self-assessment. This is the first, it is absolute necessary if you want to start with a system. But in the same time, and we say all the time, this is the first very important thing, but don't start so big. Start that you can really realize the step, that you can control the step, and that you don't have a big risk, that you can have see the risk. And it is possible.
What kind of a small project do you think? Do you think we need like a lesson learned project like that?
Yes,
pilot project?
there are in other countries, maybe like in Chile, they start with a very small, that is say in the first year, you have to cover by about 5% of the inhabitants with a collection system. Another kind to start is to make it more concrete, to say in the first year, you have to implement 1,000 collection points. Maybe, yes, you can start with a percent, to say a quota of inhabitants to collect it, or to say very concrete, okay, 1,000 collection points, and you can tender this, very good. And you can say, okay, we start in one island or in Jakarta, in a big city. And then you can learn how to work together with the PRO, with the organization structure, and with this tender, and with this first mandatory things. And you can build up this register, because in the first years we are sure that not all obliged companies can be registered. In Germany we have about 170,000 obliged companies which are registered. Maybe only 100 or 200 will be registered, because you cannot fail. But and therefore the risk should be not so high, but very concrete. And then the informal sector, it was another question. I don't know whether I can answer now or later on.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Agnes. How about you, Mr. Edwin? I'm also interested about the first, the earlier steps of Singapore that start not by regulation, but with the voluntary initiative from voluntary action initiated by the government. That's very interesting. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I think I agree with Agnes also. That at the end of the day, let's not get too excited about EPR. It's important, yes, and we want to work towards that. We want to have a commitment and a timeline. But there are a few introductory gaps, if you would, that needs to be fulfilled. And I emphasize that one of it is obviously some of the policies. You have to look at the existing policies, whether they help to integrate the system or rather than oppose it. So the use of recycled materials, household source segregation, for example, and how do you get the hundreds, if not thousands, of Indonesian enterprises to come on board? There needs to be a monitoring enforcement system, and then you can identify a city or a state to test bed some of these projects, and I think Praise is doing that. They're working towards setting up a PRO to collect and recycle. And in Singapore's context, yes, we are so tiny, so maybe our example might not be applicable to Indonesia, but the important thing is how do you consult the stakeholders, give time for everybody to respond. At the same time, you allow the different stakeholders to contribute and to change the system, because at the end of the day, particularly when you talk about food contact materials, it is not so easy to just change a material. We took a lot of time to move from tin cans to glass to plastic. And then if you want to shift to something else, you have to think about the repercussions, especially when you talk about food safety, when you talk about the climate of Southeast Asia, and you talk about the distribution complexities in a huge country like Indonesia. So we have to factor all those things in, but it's important to get moving.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Ms. Valentina? Yeah, would you like to unmute your microphone? Yeah.
Yes, I was able to do so because the host muted it. So sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. You mentioned before that collecting is essential for waste management to improve EPR. So we have that condition that I mentioned before. So do you have any thought about it?
Yeah, so I think it's important to bring at the table of discussions waste companies and like local actors to make sure that and take into account the particularities of each region. So as the previous speakers mentioned, there is no solution for all the islands. So pilot projects can be developed in taking into account, can be several pilot projects that can be then replicated to the other communities. So yeah, collection system is very important, and both waste companies and industries that are generating most of the packaging waste should be incentivized to take part in this process. Without an incentive, like a win-win solution, it's really difficult, and there will be always free riders that try to like take advantage of the loopholes in the legislation that is put in place by the authorities.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Valentina. And Mr. Hansen, yeah, as you know, the Indonesian condition that every time we talk about EPR, industry always mention about the collecting problem in Indonesia. It is just like a chicken and egg problem. Which one is the first we should do? So what do you think, Mr. Hansen, from your point of view?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Agnes and Edwin said on this with the PRO initiatives. You know, you really have to get it right from the beginning and then start small. And then over the years, you gradually expand the operations. But the institutional aspects, the legislation, the financing, the registration, all these type of things, the collection systems, the organizational issues around the PROs are very important. And then, of course, this about consulting the stakeholders and rolling it out with the public is very important. It has to be planned. You need to have the right stakeholders on board from the beginning, and then you go along as it develops. That's how we have done it here, and we are not finished yet. It's a continuous development. But I just wanted to come back to what Arisman mentioned, and which you also raised here, this about the collective responsibility when it comes to waste management also. Because when we look at reuse and recycling, it's very important that you have proper, systematic, effective waste management systems. And this is what we see when we work with our partners in Indonesia, and we go around in the country and work also with municipalities and the provinces. It's this about setting up proper waste management systems in terms of separation and collection. And then thereafter, the handling of the waste. But we see that we have also done a study now on financing of waste management in Indonesia, and we can see the public budgets, both from central institutions and also from the local authorities, is very low, and the public financing is not sufficient to cover new initiatives and even operation and maintenance of what is there. So the financing in waste management is very important. For example, in Denmark, I cannot decide how I separate or deal with my waste. It's a government responsibility, and all the citizens in my municipality does it in the same way. But we do have challenges in Denmark that different municipalities have different systems and procedures. So now in Denmark, we are talking a lot about how do we harmonize these systems to make sure that they are efficient in all municipalities. But the separation, the collection, and then of course afterwards the handling of the waste is very important. If you want to use waste as a resource, you want to reuse it, recycle it, maybe produce energy, whatever you are doing, you need collection, you need separation and collection systems. So we always emphasize on this, and for us here in Denmark, it's just too important to leave with the citizens and the communities alone. The government has a big responsibility, but as citizens, we also have great responsibilities.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Okay, we have a question that comes from participant from Zoom and also YouTube. I will collect some questions to you, and then you can answer it in a bulk of information. You can answer it in one statement. Yeah. First, there are many questions to you, Miss Agnes. Yeah. First is about it's come from Nur Hadi and Zainal from Bintari Foundation and also LIPI. It's about PRO concept. Has been used as partner for EPR implementation in many countries, while in Indonesia, there has been established market actors from formal and informal sectors to collect and recycle plastic. Do you think it is possible to use these market actors, including informal sectors, are enough, or PRO is still required, or can they be combined? And can the current waste collection approach can be incorporated into the EPR? Yeah, this is the first question. And also there are questions also from Milda Iriani. Do you have any idea or thoughts how to handle the single-use plastic from traditional market? The most challenging issue than the bigger industry or retail, perhaps. Could an EPR address the issue also? And also there are a question to Miss Agnes. Is there any research in growing countries what the challenges of EPR implementation? Yeah, that's the question for you. Would you like to answer first? Yeah, I'm sorry. You have to unmute the. Sorry. Yeah. Yes.
You have to switch unmute.
Yeah, clear. Okay. We can hear your voice clear.
Because I couldn't do it. Thank you so much. Okay, there were, I think, 3 questions I will answer because the time is short, very short. The first, I think I answered already. That was a question about the organization structure of these voluntary and big brand owners. Yes. I think this organization structure is a very, very good beginning for and can be used to build up a system operator, to build up this organization. And the next question was about the informal sector. There are some possibilities how to handle this. First, there must be analyzed what the informal sector is really collecting. They are collecting only products and packaging and waste, which has a value. And it has a very, very big risk for them. when the price is low now, they cannot earn a lot of money with it, or they don't have a market. In the moment, the market is very, very bad. There is a very big problem because the virgin material is so cheap, and therefore it is a big problem. And therefore most of them, or a lot of them, they are really interested. And you can fix it in the law, or can say, okay, the PO has to involve them if they, as an employee or as a business partner. One model to learn about it is Chile. The law is now in place since January this year, and they have to make a concept how they involve the informal sector, because from country to country it is different. And the second opportunity is not to care about it, because if they only collect with value, like PET bottles or cans and paper, okay, then the EPR system is for all which is not collected with the informal sector, but it makes it a little bit more expensive for these packaging. But maybe it is also a strategy to make not well recyclable packaging more expensive.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Karyanto, you want to add it, please?
Okay, I will add something, but actually after this we will discuss more on EPR in Indonesia, but this is just to give kind of a little bit of perspective on EPR. Agnes, you mentioned about informal sector in Chile. Okay, there is a regulation to include informal sector, but seems in Indonesia informal sector is a little bit excluded. Something that we have to improve in the future. Basically, they are frontliner. So as for PRO, the question on PRO linked to the Indonesian context, because at the end we cannot just adapt copy paste on what is happening in Europe to Indonesia because of informal sector, for example. The thing is that we need to do it kind of a hybrid approach. What does it mean? So it means that we need to also incorporate informal sector with all of the chains on the collections as part of the PRO, and also the waste management. What is waste management in Indonesia? It is more towards TPS 3R or TPST or waste bank, something that we can integrate as well. It is not like the waste management in Europe, which is already well established with the proper collection, with the proper, this kind of things.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Because of the time, I would like to continue to Miss Valentina Tartiu. There are questions for you. One question I will summarize that. What are the criteria of invaluable waste? Do the producer of those waste also pay later consumption?
Sorry.
Okay, the question is about what are the criteria for invaluable waste? Do the producer of those waste also pay later consumption? Do you get the question?
So it's I assume they refer to the plastic waste that is contaminated.
That I think the question is regarding the plastic waste that not have economical value.
This type of plastic usually ends up in the incineration plants.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. And, so,
and it's so if it's not deemed for recycling and it's goes on this path, and as I mentioned earlier, there are two types of taxes: the basic one, and that is payable for all this type of plastic products that cannot be recovered or recycled, and the environmental tax that is paid according to this return rate. So basically, if a certain threshold is achieved, more than 95%, this environmental tax is no longer paid.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I
Thank
hope
you.
I answered the questions.
Yes, I hope. Yeah, thank you. And next to Mr. Edwin, there's a question for you that comes from Mr. Magnus. can EPR be designed to encourage reusable packaging and to promote compostable packaging? Do you think?
Yes, definitely you can, but at the same time, you need to have the infrastructure to do that. So all this time we're talking about EPR, it's a policy, but the policy needs to be matched with consumer education and awareness, as well as the necessary infrastructure. Because I give you an example, when you talk about compostability or even biodegradable packaging, at this point, it's usually at the industrial stage. You can't, there's no packaging that you can just, do it at home. So we have to think about some of these elements and structure them such that they become holistic rather than just addressing one problem and then creating more problems later on.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edwin. Last to Mr. Hansen, their question about what I mentioned before, that the cost to collecting waste from rural area in Indonesia, like rural island Indonesia, it's very costly to bring the waste into the recycling industry. So the question is, what do you think the role of the industry to have to give contribution in those problems, in those costs, in those high costs? Ya. Oke, boleh dibantu panitia untuk unmute? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, now I'm there. You just need to unmute me. Well, it's a complicated question, I think, but this about Indonesia being a huge country with many islands and of course many remote communities, it implies challenges in terms of waste management operations and also in setting up all kinds of reuse and collection systems. There's a lot of logistics involved and there's a lot of operational costs involved there.
Yes.
So I think each of the provinces and the municipalities in their waste plans, if they have a strategic approach to waste management, they will of course look at the hotspot areas and find out where are the needs greatest. And then they will prioritize their interventions in accordance with what kind of resources they have available. Financial resources, manpower, trucks, you name it. You don't start in the most remote areas if you have big problems in the cities or other congested areas. So, each municipality, maybe province, they have to have a strategic approach to how they roll out the systems and the services. For example, in Denmark, we also have quite a number of islands. And each of these islands, they have very effective waste management systems. And some of them, they have really focused on green development and trying to become more or less self-sustaining in terms of resources, etc., being CO2 neutral and all these kind of things. So being an island also offers some opportunities. And it also should force the authorities, maybe the citizens, to find new innovative solutions. We have a cooperation also with Indonesia, with Lombok and Riau Islands, Batam, where we have linked them up to some islands in Denmark. And we want to share our experiences also with how do you develop sustainable strategies and reusable systems and waste management systems on islands.
Okay.
Because it can be done. So I think it's a matter of how you approach it, and you have to do it in a strategic way and looking at the resources that are available.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Last, Mr. Arisman, you want to edit something, but please in a short statement because of the time.
It's already include all speakers. So maybe in the next session, I will comment for the Indonesian session. Thank you, Rita.
Okay, thank you. Okay, wherever you are, let's give a big applause to the audience, to the speakers. I'm sorry, yeah, they already have very insightful presentation. We get the lesson learned is very interesting, yeah, and I hope that we can get some of the lesson learned to implement it in Indonesia. And next, we will entering the second session. It's regarding EPR implementation in Indonesia. I would like to introduce the speakers. Mr. Muhammad Kayam, Director General for Chemical, Pharmacy, and Textile Industry, Ministry of Industry. Pak Muhammad Kayam sudah bersama kami. Halo. Ya, Bapak Muhammad Kayam masih belum bersama dengan kami ya. Baik, kalau begitu saya akan beralih kepada pembicara selanjutnya yang juga sudah hadir bersama kita di sini. Would like to welcome Mr. Ujang Solihin Sidik. Hello, Deputy Director of Packaging and Goods, Directorate of Waste Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republik Indonesia. Hello. Would you like to say hi to the participant, Pak Uso?
Halo, terima kasih, Rita. Hello, everybody.
Pak Uso, mohon maaf, tampaknya ada kendala di... Ya. Baik, mohon maaf Pak Uso, tampaknya ada kendala di audio Anda. Tampaknya mungkin perlu diperbaiki sedikit karena Anda akan menjadi pembicara pertama. Halo?
Halo?
Baik, masih belum terdengar jelas Pak, silahkan diperbaiki terlebih dahulu. Dan berikutnya saya akan menyapa, I would like to introduce Mr. Triyono Priyosusilo from PRIS, Public Affairs and Communication Director, Coca-Cola Indonesia, and also acting as the Vice Chairperson of PRIS. Hello.
Hello.
Triyono.
Hello, Pita. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Pak Uso. I see a lot of familiar name, and I'm looking forward to sharing what our plan for PRIS, and I'm very honored to be invited to share our plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Triyono. And I would like also introduce the discussant, Mr. Randi Saputra, General Treasurer of Indonesia Plastic Recycles Association, ADUPI. Halo, Pak Randi.
Halo, ya, selamat siang semuanya. Hello and good afternoon to all of you. Nice to have a time and discuss about EPR with you all.
Thank you. And also we have Mr. Arthur Nitison from Systemic. Hello, Mr. Nitison.
Hello, everybody. Very honored to be on this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us. And then we also have Mr. Johannes Paul from GIZ, Global Coordinator for Project on Rethinking Plastic, Circular Economy Solution to Marine Litter. Hello.
Hello, pleasant good day to all. I'm happy to be here and happy to meet so many faces which I know already from former discussions.
Hello, nice to have you here also. And yeah, Mr. Kayam, Muhammad Kayam already joined with us, Director General for Chemical, Pharmacy, and Textile Industry, Ministry of Industry. Would you like to say hello to the audience, Mr. Kayam?
Okay. Bye. Good afternoon for speaker and for the participant, and also Ms. Prita.
Hello, Pak. So we will hear first presentation from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republik Indonesia. Bapak Uso, you have 10 to 15 minutes maximum for the presentation.
Okay. Can you hear?
Would you like to speak longer so we can check the audio?
Test. You speak. You hear me? Yeah. Okay.
All clear. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Brita. Good afternoon, everybody. Selamat sore Bapak sekalian, Pak Dirjen. Selamat sore, saya dari KLK. Ada Arthur juga sini, Pak Arthur. Halo. Oke. Yeah, we already heard from the previous speakers, from previous discussion that's about the EPR actually, and I think now Indonesia start to implement this kind of policy. But yeah, we please move back to the first slide. So we already, as discussed before, we already published the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Regulation. We call it actually the roadmap of waste minimization by the producers. You can call it the Indonesian EPR roadmap. It's okay for the super fast. So please next. So Prof. Raldi in the first sessions already mentioned about the law. This is the legal basis of our EPR roadmap in Indonesia. We have Undang-Undang 18 2008. We have then based on this regulation, also we have Peraturan Presiden number 97, Peraturan Presiden number 83 to 2018. So then we finally published the Ferment LHK number 79. So based on this legal normative
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. High quality من القاهرة.
Okay, let me continue. So based on this legal basis, it's but we understand this kind of policy is not easy to implement in Indonesia. So that's why from 2008 we still need about 4 years to produce the PP number 81 in 2012. So in the Article 12 to Article 15, this is the basic law, basic legal framework of our EPR in Indonesia. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Actually, this is a kind of question why we do need this kind of ministry regulation. The first one is about the philosophy. We need to reduce waste from food packaging by reducing, because we already know that Indonesia are struggling. We are struggling with this waste, especially the plastic waste. So, philosophy of this kind of regulation is we need to waste our waste. And the second one, we also need to change our public behavior. We should give the public community to have a choice, to pick up a choice, which is the good product, better product, better packaging, and so on. So we need to change public behavior. Especially, we need to change how we can educate the people to do something at home. Second one is for the government. It's like a give us a provide a legal framework, especially for local government. Also, we need to provide technical guidance for the implementation. We also should provide infrastructure. As a previous discussion, one of our challenges in Indonesia is the lack of capacity of our solid waste management. So based on
I'm sorry, Pak also because of the technical problem with your sound. Maybe it's better if you don't use the. I'm sorry. Because of
Sorry.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
That's better. Please continue.
So I continue. I'm continuing with the, for the government, it's time to provide the legal framework, especially for local government. The second one is government also should provide a technical guidance for the implementation of this kind of policy. And also the we heard from previous discussion, this is lack of infrastructure, lack of capacity of the local government. So it's time to improve, to make a better infrastructure, especially in local level. And for producer, I think, it's not just obey the regulation, but I think we heard statement from the Ministry of Environment yesterday. We are going, we want to facilitate the business to do the sustainable business, to do the green business, because we believe green business is the future business. So the second one, also, we are facilitate the producer, especially here in Indonesia, is to implement global commitment to reduce packaging waste, especially plastic waste. And of course, the third one is we are going to implement SDGs together, especially for goals number 12, responsible production SDG goal. And the for public, as I mentioned before, we will educate people to reduce, segregate, and collect their waste properly. And also, we want to provide the choices for public to implement responsible consumption, SDGs number 12. Next, please. This is the roadmap of waste minimization in the period of actually 2020 to 2029, because this regulation is published in last year, December. So we moved 1 year ahead. There are actually 3 types of producer we regulate in this year. First is the manufacturer as a brand owner from the food and beverage, consumer goods, cosmetic, and personal care. The second one is a retailer industry, modern stores, shopping mall, and including market, traditional market. And the third one is the food and beverage service, or F&G, including restaurant, cafe, hotel, and catering company. And there are actually 4 types of packaging, or 4 types of product and all packaging that we want to reduce in the period of 10 years, next 10 years. Firstly, plastic, secondly, aluminum, thirdly, paper, and fourthly, is glass packaging. So this type of product and packaging that we want to reduce in 2029, the next year, the next 10 years. Of course, maybe we will put the focus, the priority on the plastic, because we have problem with the plastic. There are also a list of goods, packaging, container, and grocery bag that we regulate on this kind of regulation. From the manufacturer sides, there are PE bottle, PET bottle, and so on. You can see on this list. And from the retail industry, we are start with the grocery bags or plastic bags. And for the food and beverage services, we are start with the PS, PP, and PE-based single-use plate, cup, spoon, fork, straw, and etc. Also, paper coat-based single-use plate, cup, spoon, fork, and so on. Next, and of course, the target is we want to reduce 30% of our waste from the producer side side in 2029. This is the activities that should be done by the producers. Actually, in the context of waste minimization, we are encouraged producers to do 3R: reduce, recycle, reuse. In the context of R1, reduce, this the activities actually is focused on the redesign of the packaging. Aqua Danone is already improved us that they they can make a good redesign for the PET bottle. Second one, recycle. To use raw material that can be recycled. To use raw material that contain recycled material. And also to take back post-consumer recycled goods, packaging, and container to be recycled. And the last one is reuse. To use raw material that can be reused. And to take back post-consumer reusable goods, packaging, or container to be reused. This is the main activities of how the producer can minimize their waste from their food goods and packaging. Next, please. So it is like a scheme flow for the manufacturing sector. In the first years, 2020, we do hope our colleagues from producer make a planning, document plan of implementation for the first year. For the second years, in 2021, we do hope the producer can conduct like a piloting program or baseline study before they implement, fully implement this kind of policy. So start from 2022, yeah, we do hope producer can make a implementation of this kind of thing. And next please. This is for FNG. Also the same scheme. 2000 this year, we do hope this FNG business can also make a good planning how to implement the waste minimization from the sector, make a piloting, baseline studies, and so on. During this kind of implementation, they also can do evaluation monitoring, and government also do evaluation and monitoring of their implementation. Next, please. This is for retail sector. It's the same scheme, but for the retail sector, we focus on the PE-based grocery bag. No other item that for the implementation of this kind of waste minimization roadmap. Next, please. This is included in this regulation. This is the roadmap of waste minimization by producer. Activity actually first how to make a document plan of implementation. Formulating document, including formulating document of waste minimization planning, providing scheme, baseline studies, developing a business partnership with the Bank Sampah, TPS 3R, with the informal sector, and so on. And the third one is implement pilot program. So this is actually based step-by-step implementation. So we hope we can implement this kind of a policy step by step. The second one, implementation. The third one is monitoring, also self-monitoring and by government monitoring. The fourth one is evaluation. And the fifth one, reporting. So the producer should make a report on the ongoing progress implementation each year based on the target that already they put the target for the in the planning process. I think that's next one. Is there any? Oh, okay. This is my last presentation. There's something important I want to share with you all, that the activities of how producer can do 3R, can do minimization, is actually based on their capacity. If the producer can start with the first R, let's start with this first R. Ideally, we do hope the producer can do all 3 R's at the same time. But we fully understand that it's based on capacity, it's based on infrastructure, based on ecosystem that already that we have to build first. So if the producer can start with the first R, redesign the product or packaging, let's start. Because yeah, based on the previous European countries' experience, actually we left behind 20 and 20 years. So if we don't start now, so how many years we will leave behind again. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
Mbak Prita, please unmute yourselves. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forget. I'm sorry. Thank you, Pak Uso, for your presentation. And next, we will hear a presentation from Ministry of Industry, Mr. Muhammad Kayam. What is the support of Ministry of Industry for EPR in Indonesia? Please welcome, Mr. Kayam.
Thanks for Ms. Rita as a moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Thank you for give opportunity for us to give EPR implementation in Indonesia. Next. Yeah, maybe we start from with the green industry program. Yeah, this is I think the legal basis is law number 3. Yeah. Regarding industry, our definition is industry in the production process prioritize the efficiency and effectiveness of the use of resources in sustainable manner as to align the construction industry with the prevention and environment and can provide benefit to community. Our strategy, greening of existing industry, mean we use non-renewable resources and transition to renewable resources. Yeah, and then the creation of new green industries. And the characteristic of green industries, yeah, the industry use efficient material, yeah, and then implementation of 4R concept, yeah, reduce, reuse, recycle, and recovery, and use low energy intensity, low water intensity, competent human resources, waste minimization, use of low carbon technology, and use of alternative raw material. Next slide. Yeah, this is our effort. Yeah, we shall conduct policy formulation, strengthening institutional capacity, yeah, research and development, testing, certification, and promotion, and then also standardization, yeah, for raw material, auxiliary material, energy, production, and so on. And then this component, yeah, green industry component, yeah, changing our raw material, yeah, to be the renewable resources, yeah, and then also reduction, yeah, or minimization of waste, yeah, in implementing industrial system. And also changing the design, the composition, and packaging product to create green product. And then the last one in green industry award. Next slide. Yeah, this is, I think, the pattern of this is the input, yeah, raw material, technology, energy, and so on, production process, and then the output. And the right side, yeah, also the we call the post extended producer responsibility, yeah, for post product consumer. Yeah. Next slide. This is our master plan. Yeah, means our roadmap for implementing the green industry. Yeah, the first stage is we utilize the natural resources, mean we increase the added value of our natural resources. And then the next stage, yeah, we give a competitive and environmental friendly. Okay, next slide. Yeah, if we implement, yeah, application of 4R, yeah, and then in production process, yeah, and yeah, produce prevention of industrial pollution, green green greenhouse gas, yeah, and then energy efficiency, and we produce increasing our competitiveness, efficiency, and market acceptance. Yeah. Okay, the next slide. Yeah, this is, I think, the final is we have sustainable development. Yeah, if we implement the green industry. Next slide. Yeah, we next to the circular economy. Yeah, we know our current economic system now is a linear economy. Yeah, we don't provide or support the incentive. Yeah, and then now we move to the future. Yeah, to circular economy. Yeah, reuse, refurbish, remanufacture, and recycle. Yeah, for sustainable development. Next slide. Yeah, we focus several aspects: material efficiency, produce reusable goods, yeah, produce recyclable goods, yeah, produce degradable plastic, recycling industry development, and encourage waste as alternative energy for industry. Okay, next slide. Yeah, this is this slide. Yeah, show us about the plastic is least consume energy. Yeah, the least consume energy compared with the another material. Next slide. Yeah, this is, I think, the greenhouse gas reduction. Yeah. Okay, next slide. Okay. We next to our performance. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, in the Q4 2019, yeah, it's declined our performance, and then also the Q1 2020, yeah, to be maybe half of our GDP. Yeah, this is, I think, several industry suffer from the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. Yeah, this is, I think, for our plastic industry. There are several companies, more than 100, near 1,600, yeah, company, yeah, and then now we also import from outside, yeah, maybe 15 raw material, and now we have several projects, yeah, project start in 2020, and then maybe finish in 2023, yeah, yeah, especially for the plastic raw material. And then our plastic consumption, yeah, maybe is low, yeah, compared with another countries. Next slide. Yeah, I think step by step, yeah, our GDP is higher, and then the growth and population also increase, and then it means our food and beverage industry also increase, yeah, and then need more plastic for packaging for especially for the food and beverage. Yeah, it means it's necessary to apply countermeasure, yeah, to reduce our waste, yeah, And then we need the concept of extending producer, yeah, or importer responsibility as a part of a circular economy. Next slide. Yeah, this is our, I think, our basis regulation, industry, law of industry, and also law of environmental, yeah, especially Act number 80, yeah, as Mr. Ujang mentioned. Next slide. Yeah, this is, I think, our chain model, yeah. Yeah, after consumer, yeah, consumer send the waste plastic to disposal, yeah, and then maybe a half to landfill, yeah, and this is, I think, the contribution as scavenger, and then get from landfill, and then also from customer, and then give to the collector, yeah, and then collector to the recycle industry, and also collector give to a development for fuel and road and so on, yeah, several use for the recycle. Next slide. Yeah, this is, I think, the plastic life cycle in Indonesia, yeah. As I mentioned, it involved 3 million scavenger, yeah. And then for the large supplier, 100 workers, and in recycling industry, yeah, 60,000 workers, and so on. Next slide.
Pak Kayam, I would like to remind you about the time.
Okay, okay. Maybe this is our EPR, yeah. We process 3 million, yeah, more than 3 million ton plastic, and then we use 3.6 yeah, million, and then recycle and manage waste. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah, this is, I think, the yeah, consumer participate to reduce waste. Yeah, some EPR concept with the deposit system for the waste generated with provide economic value for customer. Next slide. Yeah, this is, I think, yeah, our challenge. Yeah, EPR mechanism. Yeah, we are facing lack of waste management infrastructure. Yeah, and then also absence of incentive. Yeah, for EPR comply enterprises. Yeah, both in upstream and downstream. No binding obligation to industry player, especially for the form of mandatory EPR program. There is no regulation. Yeah, we need the implementation of Act number 18. Next slide. Yeah, our analysis. Yeah, EPR is a part of a circular economy. Yeah, EPR will be more attractive with incentive and provision. And then regulation related to EPR must consider existing circular economy chain. EPR implementation should pay attention to any type of specific industry. Policy for minimum recycle content will give positive impact of EPR implementation, recycle industry, and also for sustainable cycle of plastic. Next slide. Yeah, this is I think, the last slide, yeah, responsibility of stakeholder. Yeah, for government, yeah, we have regulatory support, yeah, and then to support also research and development, enforcement, yeah, especially minimum recycle content, yeah, for plastic, and then strengthening law enforcement, and give incentive, yeah, for plastic recycle industry, public education, and support infrastructure. For private sector, yeah, we need, yeah, the contribution for corporate social responsibility, yeah, for environmental purpose, partnership program with government to implement EPR. research and development, and then minimize untreated potential product. For community, we need improvement of allegiance for environmental law, compliance with the applicable regulation, improving public awareness, yeah, for waste issues, yeah. Maybe from the cost center to be a profit center, yeah. And then encourage the use of recycled plastic, yeah. And the last, implement waste sorting practices. Maybe this is the last slide. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Umar Khayyam, for your presentation. And next, I would like to welcome Mr. Triyono Priyosusilo from PRIS. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Rita. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, let's wait for the slide. Okay. Okay. Thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity for me as PRIS to share our plan and also our thinking on EPR. Apology, but I think the text somehow was a bit changed from the actual presentation. But anyway, let's go ahead. Next, please. Okay. I think before I share a little bit more about the EPR concept or the PRO concept that we are thinking, I want also to maybe introduce PRIS to I think a lot of you, some of you may already know PRIS, but maybe also some other doesn't know. So PRIS is actually started back in 2010. It was initially started as a coalition between 6 companies. The known Coca-Cola, Unilever, Nestle, Indofood, and Tetra Pak. So it was, the coalition started out as a shared concern about how we as a private sector could contribute in terms of dealing with the waste issue, the growing waste issue. So we started out in 2010. It was informal. We become formally established an organization is actually back in 2016, 2017. And at that time, the organization becoming an established organization, and we adopted the name of PRIS, which is aligned with our vision. And what is our vision? As stated here, we want to be able to create and also support, enabling a sustainable ecosystem that can transform packaging waste into high-value resources, which bring economic, social, and environmental benefits to Indonesia by 2030. So this is this vision is actually aligned with the government objective. We know that the government is also trying to and already putting up some regulatory measure in terms of how to deal with waste. Especially back in 2008 with the law number 18, and I think follow up target and as well as regulation. And we see that I think that's something that we will also want to be able to contribute, and that is why we have this vision. And this vision is actually based also on adoption of a circular economy principle. That is why we think it is the most sustainable. Because we believe that if the concept of circular economy is being adopted as a business practices, as a business mindset, then it becomes a lifeblood of the business, and it becomes sustainable, as opposed to only a program that is based on charity or philanthropy. Next, please. Okay. So to realize that vision, we also coming out with three mission, and one is actually is promoting what we call extended stakeholder responsibility. So this is a bit maybe as some of you may have listened to all the other speakers talking about shared responsibility, talking about responsibility of not only producer but also other stakeholders. So that's where we see is actually becoming more relevant to have an extended stakeholder responsibility concept or thinking to be put out there. And this extended stakeholder responsibility is based on circular economy. Second, of course, is how we want to be able to do that ESR. We need to be able to have a strong collaboration and network with all the stakeholders, and I think this is critical. And of course, at the end, we want to be able to promote something that become a reference model as a best practice for Indonesia to support the government in integrated waste management. So there are a number of activities that we did in the past that we are also still doing at the moment to learn about the waste management, to learn about circular economy. If I can mention some project like drop boxes, so where we put out a drop box for people to be able, for consumer actually to return their post-consumer packaging, and then those will be, and then we work with the existing waste bank and TPS3R to collect them and to recycle them. So that's one thing. We also with TPS3R, we also work with informal sector, the scavenger, and also we did some studies to understand the waste management of Indonesia. So I think those are some of the things that we did and that we are doing to make sure that we are able to realize the mission. But today, I think the focus will be on in EPR, and I want to focus on that. So next. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, we are talking about ESR. But I think EPR, the way we look at it, is actually part of a critical part of an ESR in implementation. So again, ESR is a multi-stakeholders framework based on circular economy. It involves informal and semi-informal sector as well. And we understand that they are a part of Indonesia. They are part of what is actually making the recycling industry of Indonesia happening. They are part of the collection system of waste in Indonesia. So we want to be able to integrate them into the framework that we are looking at. And so this is again the second thing, of course, is aligning with the regulatory context of Indonesia. Where I think in the law of number 18/2008, it is clearly specified in terms of role and responsibility of various stakeholders from the government, be that national government, be that local government, municipalities, cities, as well as business and private sector. So I think that's where we are actually looking at and the way we are adopting that. And I think especially also for producer, it is specifically mandated that we are looking at how we as a producer can best manage the packaging or products that we produces that may be a bit more difficult to naturally degrade. So we need to think about that as well. So this is where actually we are looking at that. So and then within this ASR, of course, we are looking at both closed loop and open loop. I think it makes sense because I think if we look at the learning from other country, recycling is part of that ESR and EPR concept, but recycling could be an open loop model or also could be a closed loop model. An open loop, of course, where the recycled end product may not be the same as the original product, while closed loop is actually more like a recycled product is actually like the original product. So essentially like bottle to bottle and those kind of thing. So PRO is a critical subset of an ESR approach, and we understand that. And I think, again, looking at so many examples that is out there, we also want to learn about that model, and then we try to adopt and adapt to Indonesia context. Please next. So we are looking at different elements when we are starting designing our PRO. If you look at this graph, it's a bit busy, but I'll try to make it brief. So the outer circle is actually represent the existing material flow and processes. So from the top, I think is talking more about the feedstock, the raw material, and then how it flows to become a finished good, like a packaging material, and then how it is consumed, and it is being collected, and then it is being processed again, and then being turn into a material again, and then coming back into the process again. So I think that's where we see we try to identify where, you know, in Indonesia, who are the players and what kind of processes is actually, you know, happening.
Yeah. Patriono would like to remind you about the time.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I think
you.
I have only 3 more slides. I think should be finished. So the insight, I think, is actually the elements that we are considering in terms of when we design a PRO. Okay, what does the PRO mean, and what kind of element that we need to think of? So the ownership of PRO is one thing, the packaging type is another, the fee that the member of the PRO needs to pay is another, the tariff basis that is related to the packaging type that is being put on the market is another, organization membership and management. Those are critical thinking that, you know, that we put into the PRO. So next. So I think this is maybe one of the most interesting slide that maybe a lot of you could maybe want to look at. I think what kind of operational framework. I think this is one of the questions that, you know, that the organizer put forward to us when we thought, you know, when we want to share about the PRO. So this is a simplified model. So if you look at the left side, in the middle, there is PRO. So the PRO, of course, is made up from different organizations, and could be a brand owner, could be retailer, could be converter, and those could become member of the PRO. And the PRO itself work through three category types of activity. One is we call category A, is focusing on building and market, or building the recycling market of a certain type of material. So in this case, you know, we are working. We will be working closely with recyclers. We will be working closely with aggregators to try to increase the collection rate and increase the recycling rate of a certain specific material that we are targeting. So that's category A. Category B is actually looking at the collection stream. So if the category A focusing on the recycling stream, category B is looking at the waste collection stream. And this could be the formal and informal sector. How we can improve their capacity building, how we can provide social inclusion approach, so that they are so especially the informal sector, so that they are becoming more motivated, they are becoming able to depend on the work that they do to provide their livelihood. So I think this is important, because we understand, you know, as Pak Kaya mentioned, in Indonesia there could be like 3 million scavengers. And this is a lot of people that, you know, that I think we cannot ignore. So that's why, I mean, when designing this, we also looking at them and how a PRO could actually also support them or help them and work with them, so that they are able to be improved, and they're able also to contribute to the increased collection and recycling. Last but not least is the category C, which is the non-value chains. So it actually encompass, you know, education, awareness, communication. Those are the type of activity that also being done by PRO as we move along. So this is I think the gist of how the operational of a PRO in Indonesia will be working. Next. Of course, the next question will be timing and timeline. Okay, if PRACE wanting to introduce PRO, when does PRACE want to introduce them? So we plan to introduce PRO this year. Thank God we actually already have our blessing from all our CEO earlier this year. So now we are actually moving forward the activity of legal establishment of a PRO. So I think this is one thing that I would like to point out, that the PRO will be a separate organization than PRACE, from PRACE. It will not be PRACE that become the PRO, but PRAISE will help set up the PRO organization. And why we are thinking this way? Because we feel that the PRO, learning from other country, PRO is a very time-consuming effort and have a very specific skills that needs to be present and that will be focused. And that may be, that may be a better, that there should be a better resources that actually manage that. So PRO will be a non-profit for sure. We will recruit a dedicated management to run the PRO model in Indonesia. Year one, we will be looking at, for category A, we'll be looking at PET specific. Okay, why PET specific? I think this is also as part of our learning. I think for Indonesia, PRO is something new. PRO is a new animal that we never come across before. So we need to also understand how it will work in Indonesia. PET we see as a material that already have a maturity, quite a mature development in terms of collection up to recycling. So, and also there's quite a lot of big players there that already in that value chain. So if you all remember that within category A, we will be working with existing recycler and aggregator. So it makes sense for us to start directly with PET.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Triyono. Mohon maaf untuk waktunya, karena kita harus mempertimbangkan juga para pembicara yang berada di mancanegara. Perbedaan waktunya. Baik, terima kasih Pak Triyono untuk waktunya dan presentasinya. Thank you, Mr. Triyono. And I would like to ask Mr. Randi Saputra from Adupi, would you like to give a comment about the presentation?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the time that given to Adobe to be give a perspective for EPR. First of all, I would like to inform you that what is our perception about the EPR. This EPR actually is something that we are hoping that increase our recycling rate. As we know, all of us as a recycler industry nowadays is only recycled that on single materials that already recycled. But as we know that our waste, especially in our landfills, there will be a lot of multi-materials, that unrecycled materials that become a problem that we have to solve the problem. How to solve this problem? Actually, we have to have a collaboration with others, especially the brand owners, how to handle this one, how to manage this residue. But for the rest of the high value plastic, actually already recycled here in Indonesia with the local industry. But we are also welcome for the new coming recycler and the PRO, which is wants to join to the closed loop for the recycling. It's good for the funding, and it's good to be a tools as EPR.
Hello, Pak Randi, I'm sorry. We can't hear your voice.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Hello? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Is it good already?
Yeah, it's good already.
Yeah. So what we mean here for EPR, actually, we want to be how to handle the low plastic waste, which is nowadays is non-recyclable. It's a big issue for us, it's a big issue for the government, it's a big issue for the landfills. So we have to cover up this issue. It's becoming recyclable in the future, or it become a residue in the future. So if the waste, plastic waste, especially going to be a residue in the future, it has to be some compensation how to manage this unrecyclable material.
Okay. Yeah.
This is the perception, first impression from the EPR from we are in the recycling industry.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andi. It's very interesting. And next, Mr. Arthur Nitizen from Systemic, would you like to give a comment?
Yeah. Selamat sore. Good morning to everybody. Pakayam, Pak Ujang Solihin, Patri, Dr. Paul, and Pak Randi, and all others. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Thank you very much for inviting us to this session. I work for PT Systemic, and you may know Systemic mostly from two plastics-related projects in Indonesia. The first one is Project Stop, where we support local governments in East Java and Bali in setting up a government-run waste management system. So far, we've covered 53,000 Indonesians who previously had no choice but to burn their plastic or throw it in the sea. I think the second project for which Systemic is relatively known is the National Plastic Action Partnership, NPAP, where we wrote a report that came out last month that basically gave an overview of what Indonesia can do to achieve its target of 70% less plastic leakage into the sea. And it was from that perspective that the organization asked if I would want to give a few comments about ESR, EPR. Less known is that we also work on EPR. In particular, so Systemic has about 65 people in Indonesia, but we also have 2 offices in Europe. So far, our EPR work has been mostly linked to EPR on a global scale. There are 2 coalitions of international companies that we are working for on a global scale that are interested in EPR, that are very willing, exactly like Patrice said and Pakarianto earlier. They're very willing to engage in EPR, and they want to work together to make sure that the system works. And from that work, I can confirm that there is a lot of interest globally in Indonesia in implementing EPR here. And I think we can definitely say that the world is looking at us, at the group that is on this call, for how Indonesia is going to figure it out. And this will not be the first example where the world looks at us and looks at us as an example. So I think a great responsibility rests on our shoulders, but it's exciting too. We're not doing this only for Indonesia. We're doing this for the world too. And Indonesia is big enough in itself, of course. Another piece of work we do that's a bit related to EPR is we are on the board of a global initiative called 3RI, which is trying to set standards for things like plastic credits. I think that's the best description of it. So what kind of projects would count? And the idea is there also to unlock a lot of international money that could go into improved waste management and improved collection in Indonesia. So these are all different pieces of the puzzle. And I have a feeling that they're all going to be laid into one puzzle in the months to come and perhaps the year to come. So we live in a very exciting time. I wanted to touch on 2 things. First one, why is EPR important? And this is from the perspective of let's say, the 70% target, and then where are we now and what needs to be done? So why is EPR so important? I mentioned that Indonesia wants to reduce the amount of plastic that goes into the sea by 70% in 2025. A lot needs to happen before we are there. The collection rate needs to go up. Today, more than 160 million Indonesians don't have waste collection all the time. So the only choice they have is to burn it in their backyard or possibly throw it away. So collection is very important, like has been pointed out by other speakers. Recycling. We recycle 10% of our plastic in Indonesia. So 90% does not get recycled. A point that was brought up by both Pa Uso and Pakayam is the point about being smart about which plastics we use, especially if you look a little bit further. So let's use plastics that are reusable, that are recyclable, in particular, the Ministry of the Environment and Forestry has issued, of course, Regulation 75 last year, where they set very clear targets for reducing the amount of plastic that we use. We have calculated on our side that Indonesia can, over time in 2040, we should do this in a careful way. Indonesia can reduce about 50% of its plastic use compared to consumption, without any implications for affordability or for health or for other things. Over that period, Indonesia will grow double. So, sorry, this is a little bit technical, but we will end up using about the same amount of plastic, but being twice as rich as we are today, if we do that correctly. So how does EPR fit into this? I think the most important questions are around money. So to achieve the 70% target, Indonesia needs to increase its operational funding of the waste management system, formal and informal sector, by about, it grows to about $1 billion per year. We also need to invest a total of about $1 billion. Those are big amounts of money, but nothing that Indonesia cannot bear on its own. Now, EPR comes in because at this moment, the waste management system is funded through the value of materials. That's the informal sector and the recycling sector that we have, and with money from taxpayers, through retribution fees, national taxes, all kinds of ways. That funds the government system at this moment. EPR can bring in a substantial third stream of revenue into the system, and that's the one co-funded by industry. So that's why EPR is so important, because we need EPR to get to those amounts that I was just talking about. While we're doing it, and this is the beauty of EPR, we can also, while we do it, we can set the rules in an EPR system in such a way that we increase the recyclability, that companies start designing for recycling, which is exactly the type of ambitions that Patri was talking about. We can also do that in such a way that we increase social inclusion, which again is something that you saw Patri mentioning, because hundreds of thousands of waste pickers in Indonesia are not in a good condition right now, but they could be. There's no reason why not. So maybe to round off, I know our time is limited. What are the main, where are we now? So government has set out the rules and the targets in a very clear way. Industry is taking this up, as you saw Patri presenting. So what do we need to do now? I think the biggest step from where we are now is to move out of PowerPoint and Zoom meetings and onto the ground. We need to find a practical system that we start testing as soon as possible. Why? Because the world is looking at Indonesia. Nobody has really figured this out. India has a form of EPR. Chile has a form of EPR. All of those systems are systems to be improved. So we will be inventing the wheel to some extent in Indonesia, which is exciting, right? We need to learn from other countries, but there's a lot of invention that still needs to happen. And we do that by piloting and by going out there and just doing it and inventing things as they are happening. One thing I find very positive about how government and businesses are interacting at this moment in Indonesia is that government and Pakayam and Pa Uso, please correct me if I misrepresent what you are saying, but I have a sense that government is allowing the private sector to solve this issue for now, to find the practical way of doing this, while monitoring it closely, which I think is the right way, right? Then industry can pick this up within a right legislative framework, and let me maybe end there. This is a very exciting time, and the world is looking at Indonesia's leadership.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Arsunitison, for your insight. And next, would you like to give your thought, Mr. Johannes Paul from GIZ?
Yeah, pleasant good day to all of you again. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, thank you for letting me participate on this webinar. I myself, I am also heavily involved with the EU-financed project Rethinking Plastics, working also for GIZ. And alone the title, Rethinking Plastics, Rethinking Packaging, I think that fits very much to the webinar today. There are so many aspects already given and shed light and arguments to the various perspectives of EPR that I ask myself, what can I still add? Yeah, I still have some things to add, and would like with a statement that I observe that EPR is being increasingly explored internationally by many countries, and there are reasons for that. In a conference I attended lately, one participant asked a good question. Is it possible to establish circular economy without EPR? A very good question indeed. And I like to recall my participation last November in Indonesia when the third Indonesian Circular Economy Forum took place. It was a great moment to see that the government announced the roadmap for waste reduction at the same time as PRAISE announced to launch a pro. This was for me a signal, a strong signal, where I would just like to say other speakers indicated it already. It was a signal saying there's a readiness, there's a willingness to implement extended responsibility. This extended responsibility is needed, as we all understand. We all witness that the municipalities are somehow on their limits. They cannot do the job as they are organized, as they have limits, as they have not the capacity, as they may not be able to participate and perform in businesses. We all witness this. So in that context, I think the discussion of this group here today is what means extended and how can we join to bring alive the visions which are somehow shed light from the various perspectives today. As I see it, we should look to all the people who are involved to accept a system change. We all know old habits die hard, and system changes always create resistance. That was said by Dr. Tatju, by the colleague from Denmark, Mr. Morten. It is a long time needed, a medium to long-term journey to go to EPR, and that is also related to the public. Edwin Seyer showed us his results from research. More than 60% he found is needed in communication. And I think this is one of the greatest barriers we have to address. That is society, the citizens itself. The perception of waste management is a great barrier for EPR. People perceive waste management starting at the waste bin. They all think post-consumer waste management. And this limited thinking, this reduces all of us to invest in only post-consumer waste management. We do not explore the benefits and the great potentials of upstream the waste bin. In the municipalities, we start at the waste bin. And this is, of course, needs to be addressed. I am thankful for this comment that communication, how to deliver this to the public, to make them part of this process, this will be very important. If we continue to think post-consumer waste management, we cannot harvest the benefits of developing a secondary raw material market. We cannot replace virgin materials if we don't know how to bring and how to deliver the quality of secondary raw materials from the municipalities on. The whole design process of products, preparing reuse, preparing extended lifetime, preparing sharing, preparing how to repair it, that all starts before post-consumer waste management. And that has to address and to include consumers the same as the buying decisions. As we learned from Denmark and Norway, and I know it in myself every day, we privatized waste streams. I have many waste systems in my house which start before the municipal waste bin. I go shopping with a full bag, not with an empty bag. We citizens, we are the truck of waste collection. We bring it back to the supermarket. We start our waste management in the supermarket, not after the supermarket. That is what the benefits are of a long-term development. That's where we are in many European countries. as we privatized waste streams and as we changed citizens' behavior. I had the luxury to live several years in Asia. Coming home with my family, it took them a while to understand how to go from a 1-bin system back to a 4-bin system. I think now they are very used and they very much enjoy and know that we always go shopping, bringing back packages. So this system, this is for me the whole value chain to be explored. And of course, it also includes to tell the consumers, why do you buy something? What is your buying decision? Is it only the price? No, it has to be more. And this is really communication and bringing circular economy, bringing the whole value chain to the consumer's mind prior to the waste bin. This is one thing I want to underline. And as I want to underline that, of course, when a government decides to go EPR, then we have more stakeholders. We have more stakeholders, not only the post-consumer waste management. This is a greater effort. So with the announced roadmap on waste reduction, automatically the government takes on more responsibilities. We have to deal with more stakeholders. So I would like to underline the multi-stakeholder process. And with that, I would like to finish with a little sketch. If we say roadmap, yeah, that is somehow we go on a road. We know the destination. We want in 2029, as I understand, to reduce 30% by recycling through the private sector. This is our destination. But the main point is, how do we travel? Yeah, let's just go together on a bus. If we sit there, we need a driver who has experience and who commands. We need a good engine, we need a bus, we need brakes, we need tires, we need gasoline, and everyone who goes in has to pay his ticket. This is somehow the picture I see. We have to agree to have a roadmap is good, but how to go there, this is a multi-stakeholder process which needs to be involve all, and to, yeah, maybe we need a kind of a top-level, high-level EPR forum or table to clarify the strategies and how we go over there and where we can agree in a transparent way to prepare a level playing field. With that, I want to say thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Johannes Paul. Okay, next we will answering the question from the participant that's coming from YouTube and also Zoom. And it's free for you because our participant is in English, have a Indonesian language and also English. So it's up to you if you want to answer in English or also in Indonesia. So I will help you to translate it in English for the speakers. And the first question is from Pak Triyono from Praise. It's come from Ibu Fatmawati Hadawiyah. Market competition is also driving what packaging size and designs that producer will launch. As most Indonesian consumer will still thought the bigger pack is the more value for money. Could you have shared insight about this? Do you think we need to include massive consumer education into the master plan? Your answer.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think that's a very critical point that is being asked. So, yes, we believe that actually education is important. Consumer education, not only about circular economy, not only about recycling, not only about maybe segregating waste, but also about which package could be more sustainable. And I think we are looking at this as well in terms of designing. So within Praise, we have this, we have also the task force that they're looking at designing the packaging to ensure that they are easier to recycle, but also could be also aligned to the consumer need. So yes, I think for Indonesia specific consumer, bigger package could work for certain part of the consumer, but a lot of Indonesian consumer also is looking at individual packaging because I think that's also related to the purchasing power that they have. So I think that's where we need to balance how we can balance that. And I think I appreciate the fact that the government is putting out a roadmap and a quite lengthy roadmap, so that as an industry we are also able to start try to deliver a different type of packaging, maybe start educating the consumer towards choosing a more sustainable, a more environmental friendly packaging. So I think to the question, yes, education is very critical. I think is something that, of course, as an industry we cannot do it alone. I think we also need to work with other parties, other stakeholders to also drive this education piece. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is going to Pak Uso. Pak Uso, there's question from Diota. Is EPR applicable for compostable or degradable packaging? Do producers require to take back their packaging when it is already compostable or degradable? That's the first question. And then there's also another question for you. From Rinus from Waste for Change, the majority of actors in Indonesia are in the informal sector. What about their involvement in EPR? And there's also a question about informal sector from Melania from MOEF. How to involve informal sector in ESR? Does it still a pilot project or already applicable in some regions? And also another question for you from Ibu Nunung Nurhayanti from Batan. Will the government make regulation for all the citizens to separate waste? Time is yours, Mr. Uso, to answer.
Okay, thank you, Britta. Thank you, terima kasih. Let me speak in Bahasa because the question comes from I believe it's from Indonesian. Firstly, from Jota, I know Jota. This is a very critical question actually. It is the EPR is still implement if the producer can produce the compostable packaging. Yeah, I think the answer is when the producer comes with the innovation, they found the compostable packaging. I think it's a good option for the producer. But we believe it is not easy actually. It is not easy to find the compostable packaging because based on our research, the compostable packaging is still used for the industrial packaging, not for the home composting. This is our problem. Also in Indonesia. Even in Indonesia, we don't have any industrial composting facility here. So we believe that the recyclable material that can be recycled by the process is a very important step. Beside the redesign of the material. So I think if producer can convince us that the packaging is compostable, yeah, we think this is a good one. And the EPR scheme, we still impose to the producer because they also has to responsible for the post-consumer packaging for the next treatment. If we don't have any industrial composting, so because we don't want to go to the landfill of the kind of because we have trouble, we have the problem with our landfill. We don't have any space for landfill anymore. So if the produce the compostable packaging, we still believe that there is a responsibility to treat to compost this kind of This is the first question. The next one, please remind me, Prita, the next the second question.
You can answer
forgot
it in a one statement to answer all the question. No need to be answered one by one, Pak Uso.
Okay. About the issue from, I forgot. Please remember. I forgot one. The last one.
The last one is about will the government make regulation for all the citizens to separate waste?
Yeah, actually we already published the regulation. If you refer to the government regulation Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 81 2012, it is already clear that the local government, the public, the community has separated the waste. This is already clear because in the context of waste handling, the first step to handling the waste is separation, pemilahan. Ini sudah clear, sudah jelas di dalam PP 81 2012. The problem is our local government, not all local government can do this kind of. We still mix our waste. This is our problem. But based on the regulation is already clear. We should separate, we should segregate our waste actually.
Also regarding to that question, yes, we have that regulation on paper, but as you know that we still have a lack of enforcement on that regulation. And there are also a good system to emphasize that regulation. So the local government and the community willing to do that. What do you think? What will the government do about it?
Yeah, there are two things. It's very important that the central government handle with this kind of issue. The first one, like Pak Tri mentioned, education campaign, public campaign is very important. So government need to do this kind of activities more intensive, more integrated, more massive, because this is one of our biggest challenge is the public awareness, including also local government awareness. So the first thing that government will deal with this kind of issue is education campaign and so on. This is the one. The second one is until now we are facilitating local government with the technical guidance, with the infrastructure, including the infrastructure of the waste segregation. We are still doing this to encourage local government to fulfill their services, especially for waste collection, waste separation, and so on, and waste treatment. So yeah, in our side, in government, central government side, actually we don't deal also with the producer. Our biggest partner actually local government. So our biggest homework is how to improve the capacity, including not only in technical but also in the social, in institutional, and so on. So yeah, we are work in many sites at the same time. Rita, thank you.
Okay, and then thank you, Pak Uso. And then there is a question to AU. Yeah, would you like Miss Katarina? Are you still with us? Yes, Miss Katarina. Yes. There is a question regarding, due to encouraging the EPR, is there any regulation from government at Europe to prohibit the export of plastic waste? We still found plastic waste that imported from Europe. What do you think?
Well, the European Commission is at the moment in the process of reviewing the EU rules on waste shipments and notably export outside the EU. I would like to just highlight once again, I already mentioned in my opening remarks that under the second Circular Economy Action Plan, we are certainly focusing again on the waste reduction, which is extremely important, and this is the first step. But then an important work on waste trade is done in the framework of the Basel Convention and the agreement at the last Conference of Parties in 2019 to better regulate trade in plastic waste was in that respect a great achievement, and now we are working on its implementation. But I would also like to say that the plastic waste is not always a waste, it's a resource. Where the problem comes is actually the illegal trade when the waste is mislabeled. And also what we need to improve is the communication between different countries, because sometimes the waste is shipped in line with what we think is country's regulation, but the country in the meantime changed the regulation, did not inform the country of the origin that is sending the shipment. So in order to bridge this gap in the communication, we are preparing currently a project on illegal trade in waste. And with this action, we will aim to strengthen the policy responses by Southeast Asian countries to address waste trafficking and illegal waste dumping. And we will do so by enhancing partnerships between ASEAN member states and the EU and exchanging this vital information. And Indonesia will be one of the priority countries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Katarina. And there are questions, issue actually, that brought by Mr. Randi before about the plastic sachet packaging, yeah, that mentioned by Mr. Randi before, that become one of the biggest problem in waste management in Indonesia because it's have a very low value, so it's not get collectible, yeah, and cannot be recycled. And also we have a lot of it. Based on the data of Unilever International, we are the second biggest market for plastic sachet. And it getting more complicated because we are archipelago that very difficult to collect it, and people just throw it in the sea. So based on that issue that brought by Mr. Randi, what will Indonesian government to do about it? Or do you have any thought about it from Pak Triono or maybe Mr. Arthur or Mr. Paul also? Please comment.
Yeah, let me try to get the first crack on that. I think that's a very valid question.
Leaving it to you, Patri, for now. I'm happy to add.
Thank you. After this issue, Arthur, you need to answer that. So I think that's a very valid question, Prita. I think yes, we see a lot of plastic sachet or flexibles in Indonesia, and I think that's a big problem that needs to be tackled. And we understand it's actually a very challenging situation. So within the PRO that we are designing, we are actually looking at that starting this year as a study, but we want to also moving forward next year to think about how to improve the collection and recycling of recyclables, of flexibles mostly. We call it under flexibles. So. And I think there are some success story that we understand in terms of those flexible being recycled. It may not go back become sachet or flexible again, but it could be turned into something else. So we know that there are companies that actually using that material as part of building, constructing pallet, let's say, or could be benches, or could be something else. So there are a number of recycling and usage afterward. I think the key question is also, I think, the economics of trying to improve collection. As you said, the value is very low. But I think that's where an industry and government, we need to come together. If we want to tackle this, how we can tackle this, we understand that, it may need a little bit of more push or incentive to try to increase the value so that, the informal sector could become much more motivated in terms of, trying to collect this. And it could start maybe, starting from the waste segregation at the source would make it easier. If it's cleaner, I think it's easy to also recycle it at the end. One example that I also like to point out, I think our colleague from Unilever is also, I think, trying on a chemical recycling for specifically on flexibles. So I think there's another technology that could become more commonplace in the future, and I think we need to be open for that as well. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody want to add information about that? And please connect it, please relate it to EPR concept that we talked today.
Yeah. I would love to add a little bit. So as Patrice said, sachets are a very difficult question because there is no good alternative that has all the same properties at this moment. The economics are just not working at this moment. And to your question, so how does this relate to EPR? I think sachets are a typical example of why EPR is necessary. It is impossible to improve the market economics of it to such an extent that the market will take care of it by itself. That's just not going to happen because they're too small, two different types of materials. That's not going to happen. Government still has a long way to go in improving the collection rate on the government side, and they will need to focus all of their attention on that. Yeah. And it's not realistic that they will be able to solve the problem fully within the time frame that we have, given current budgets. And so then EPR comes in, and in particular, if you think of EPR as a lot of additional funding targeted at solving some of these problems, it becomes very interesting. So one part of it could be, like Patrice mentioned, if we can incentivize the informal sector to also pick up sachets, that could be part of the solution. I am personally of the opinion that we should also channel in Indonesia, we should channel EPR money towards the informal stream, but also towards the government stream to make it easier for the Ministry of the Environment and for the local governments to basically just improve their operational economics, because there's also a funding gap there, in particular on the local level, that cannot only be solved by the national government. So I think that's the second point. So let's think of EPR, and I fully take the comments that were said earlier. We should start in little bits, and it's totally acceptable to start on the informal side, but soon we should also think about what does EPR look like if we help it to fund the formal system, because what you'll see is that you need quite a different mechanism for it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I would like to hear from the perspective of the Mr. Kayam as industrial Ministry of Industry. What do you think about that problem? Would you like to unmute your microphone?
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Regarding for the like sachet, we call flexible plastic. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, yeah. If we process for the recycle, I think it's costly. There is a technology for this, but it's costly. And another maybe alternative for this, yeah, how the industry is reduce the, yeah, we call the multi-layer, and then reduce maybe from 3-layer to be 2-layer and so on. Yeah, because to increase the we call recycle content for this.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is, I think, we have yeah regulation for this, yeah, to encourage all of the, especially for the recycle content, because the recycle content is important for the future.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This is, I think, and then for the perspective, industry perspective, I think we have to yeah, to substitute or to reduce the layer. Yeah. like multi-layer.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kayam. What do you think? Your Miss Randi?
Yes.
Do you have
Can
any
I have
comment?
yes? Can I have a bit addition for this? As we know that we are in the recycling industry, we do the open loop business and also the downcycling business. So nowadays we are trying to, there is a multinational brand that's going to be the closed loop. So what is the requirement actually that recycling industry need to be supported by the industrial ministry? Actually, we need the recycling content mandatory. As we know now, there is no regulation for this. There is no regulation for recycling mandatory. So with this kind of regulation, I think we can improve our recycling. Of course, for the sachet, is a big issue and it will be a long discussion for this. But we are agree for Mr. Arthur that there is no other option for this substitution. Where is the money from to handle this sachet issue? So the EPR is a mandatory for this to be handle the residue. What we call it is residue. Other than we can recycle, we call it raw material is recyclable. But we talk about the residue. A lot of residue that we have now in Indonesia, there is no economical value, no value chain to handle this from the sourcing into the industry.
Yeah.
So there is a big gap for this and we have to handle for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randi. Okay, before we ended this discussion, I would like to have a closing statement from all the speakers by answering my question. That during this discussion, we agree and we got lessons that EPR is play a significant role in a waste management system, in a better waste management system. We are willing, the action is to get stronger in one side, but the other side is we have a problem how that action at EPR is achievable for the industry, moreover in Indonesia condition. So I would like to ask all the speakers, what do you think the lowest hanging fruits should be done to closing the gaps? Just mention two of the action that should be done, the lowest hanging fruits to closing the gaps. So it could be start with Mr. Uso first.
Yeah, I think the most important thing I already mentioned before is we can start with the simple one. We can start with the reasonable, measurable target. Don't start with the complex one, because it cannot work. So government, Minister of Environment and Forestry, waiting for a good commitment from the colleagues from the producer. Let's start with the simple one. Make the good planning with the simple one, and let's start. Let's do it. Because if it's waiting for everything should be perfect, I believe it's cannot do. Let's start with the simple one and let's start to collaborate.
Okay.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Uso. How about you, Pak Muhammad Kayam?
Yeah, thank you. Because EPR is a part of circular economy. Yeah, it means we have to encourage the EPR, yeah, and we also encourage all of the stakeholder. Yeah, it means also for the the customer, yeah, and then the producer. Also, we support for the passenger and then collector and recycle industry. Yeah, and then give this, because this is, if we talk about the circular economy, it means we call the cyclus of industry, give the all of the sector or stakeholder give benefit or profit. This is the last point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Khayyam. And would you like to give a closing statement also, Mr. Triyono?
Thank you, Prita. Yeah, so making a simple statement out of the complex situation, I think this is a challenge. That's a challenge,
because
Prita.
all said that we need to start small. We need to start simple, not too big.
So that's
okay,
that's a big challenge in itself. So again, I'll try to have a crack on it. I think the way I look at it, I think is more about changing a mindset. So I think this is I think the critical thing that we need to do. And I think I admire the fact that we have this session today. The fact that it is being attended by hundreds of people. I think the process of changing this mindset is what is necessary. The understanding of EPR, the understanding of circular economy is not really same with everyone, with every stakeholders. But I think this is a process that we can start. So if I'm looking at from industry point of view, I think we need to start this process, and enhance this process of, again, educating, communicating, creating awareness. I think that's a simple thing that it's not simple, but I think that that is what needs to be done. So I think that's my take from this one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Triyono. And how about you, Mr. Andy? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my opinion will be, I think we need to be encourage our society. We have to be law enforcement should be implement about how to handle this material, how to handle this waste management. As we know that Environment Ministry don't have any strong regulation for law enforcement at the first time. So we need to do this rather than the other issue that we have now. Regarding the EPR, I think, yeah, I agree with Pak Triyono. We do the simple thing that how to capacity building for the community.
Capacity building, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andy. How about you, Mr. Arthur?
So I wanted to say the same thing Patrice said, but it's no longer allowed. I wanted to say there is no low-hanging fruit, but he's making my life difficult. So let me say my 2 points. Number one, if we are all serious in saying that this is a major priority, then we should increase our long-term budgets for waste management. And this is a message to the government and to the companies. So we need to start, I would like all of us to start budgeting really big amounts for the coming 5 years and longer, because otherwise we're not going to make it. Even if we don't know exactly yet what we're going to spend it on, because once those budgets are in, and once all of us are kind of called to our boss saying, why haven't you spent this and where is the impact? Things will start moving. Number two, we need to go try things out. In particular, let's say in the informal and recycling stream, there are still things to be discovered. And I'm completely comfortable saying we start with, let's say, the easier parts, which could be a PET, which is highly recyclable, because that would be a good case for recycling. You could also say we start on the other side with the sachets, because there we need to accept that we need to dispose them in some kind of way for the time being. On the government side, there are many more examples of how to do this. Many places in Indonesia do have good waste management. So let's take best practice examples and scale them up rapidly. Let's get millions and millions of Indonesians per year added to the waste management system. Indonesia has done bigger things in the past, and I think we can do that.
Okay, we can do that. Interesting. Thank you, Mr. Arthur. How about you, Mr. Johannes Paul?
Yeah, thank you. Of course, I like also low-hanging fruits. The question is, where are they? Yeah, I would think about there are some good points to start. And first of all, I would like to salute the government and praise for taking the initiative. I think that's great. And I think there should be no stop. How could we start? Well, I feel that the chosen way by praise to maybe identify a pilot city, that's right. I want to answer a question which was asked before. The complex scenario of an island state like Indonesia or Philippines, you cannot do everything at once. And I would say there are two systems. One systems are the cities, the medium and larger cities, and one system are the more distant small municipalities and islands. And the music plays in the cities. We know that 70% of all the resources and the consumerism and the production goes in the cities. In the cities, there's a whole value chain, and stakeholders of the whole value chain are there. They may not be on the islands. So if we say low-hanging fruits, maybe it's good to start and to pick a very representative city and to test the approach there instead of trying to do it everywhere. And then from that learning and combined to that, it would be good if we do something what I try to show with my little picture of the bus. I think we need a high-level table, a EPR forum, which then studies and learns from this sample in order to understand and to better organize and to have a transparent, fair, multi-level playing field, which then could be replicated. Maybe these could be two low-hanging fruits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paul. Yeah, thank you for your answer for closing statement. Yeah, from this discussion that we know that EPR is challenging. You said before where's the low hanging fruits, yeah, because it's very complicated, yeah. But I agree with what Mr. Arthur said before, that put our presentation into the ground is very important. Where do we have start according to the condition of Indonesia? We already got answer from some of the speaker here, and also it's very important that lesson learned we get from the other country, that collaboration of all stakeholders is something that essential from every part of it, even though starting with the collecting system. And also, it's very important also that we have the same spirit, that we know that EPR is the future better waste management of Indonesia, despite of all the complex situation in Indonesia. So that's our discussion, our result of the discussion. And Mr. Arisman from thesis will give you the conclusion and also summary about this webinar. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Arisman.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay. I don't want to make a conclusion. I just summary from this today webinar. Number one is EPR is not a new concept. It's already done by other sectors like electronic. And then the second one, EPR is not a single activity. It's a system. It constitutes number of activities within the value chain, and universal, requires a responsibility from all stakeholders, like discussed this morning. And EPR system would be effective tool for advancing waste management and programming for plastic. But of course, EPR cannot work alone. It should be supported by enabling condition, such as policy regulation framework mentioned already by Minister of Environment, the EPR roadmap, industry, public awareness, and others. Indeed, like mentioned by Prita as well, challenge is very challenging. All speakers mentioned also, but can be done. We have a supporting legislation already in place by the roadmap by Minister of Environment. We have a group of private sector will do the piloting of EPR. Maybe the other private sector will join. And we have a research institute and academia can support in terms of capacity building related to EPR and waste management. and other support from regional or multilateral funding donors like GIZ, other project in the region in ASEAN. And I would like to have 3 recommendations from this webinar. The first is EPR is one of the tools to support waste management and circular economy. Even the term is EPR, producers, it doesn't mean only producers' responsibility. It should be also involving all the consumers, household behavior, like mentioned by waste segregation and others. And of course, the second one, we need continue the dialogue of this topic, EPR, regard to the policy technical instrument to identify and determine the most suitable model. We're looking for the best model for Indonesia, because of course we cannot just apply like, sorry to say, like European model, because there's a different context. But how to do it? Maybe what we can do is doing a pilot project in the context of municipalities, like already mentioned by Praise, by Pak Triono as well, and Praise. And then the last one, involving all the stakeholders. This is important. We hope like this forum is become to start. We hope from our center, looking forward for collaboration with all the stakeholders. And last but not least, I would like to say thank you for all the speakers, discussion. Again, hopefully we meet in the next forum or training workshop. Thank you so much. I give it back to Prita again. Thank you, Prita.
Thank you, Mr. Arisman. So once again, we would like to give our appreciation to all the speakers. Let's give a big applause wherever you are to the speakers. Thank you, Mr. Uso. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Kayang, Pak Triono, Pak Randi, Mr. Arthur Nituson, and Mr. Johannes Paul. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. And also thought we believe that even though it's challenging, EPR can be done in Indonesia. Thank you, and terima kasih juga. Thank you for all the participants joining with us through YouTube and also Zoom. Terima kasih untuk seluruh partisipan yang sudah bergabung bersama kami. And we would like to inform you that all the material of the speaker, you can have that in the link that you can see in the your screen. Yeah, there is a link where you can have all the material of the speakers. And also, if you would like to get more information about this webinar and also about EPR, you can also visit website of www.gccindonesia.com and also our social media. So we would like to thank you once again for GC's Southeast Asian Studies and also EU German project on rethinking plastic circular economy solution to mirror litter for your for this event. Thank you so much and see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terima kasih untuk semua partisipan.
Terima kasih semua. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Pak Kayang, Pak Uso, Arthur, Pak Arisman. Terima kasih.
Bye.
Mohon maaf buat kurang-kurangnya. Terima kasih banyak.
Ya, sama-sama Bu.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Terima kasih semuanya.